off with a very exciting and so far mysterious session on Here for the Trails ecosystem emergence. So very excited for that. So before we get started, some very important thank yous. Thank you so much to our summit partners, Trek, Specialized, Santa Cruz, Bosch, eBike Systems, the North Face, the European Outdoor Conservation Association, Komoot, Red Bull, and Bangor University, whose beautiful building we are in today. I thought we might have a few rules of the room as well, because this is a very exciting but very passionate topic for many of us. So we're going to stay positive. No yes buts, only yes ands. No finger pointing. We're not going to use the word solution. We're going to trust that people's intentions are good. And I would encourage everybody to be curious and to be a critical friend. So who am I? I'm your host for today, you lucky people. I am Elle, and I am the founder of an initiative called the School of Rocks. And we have a toolkit to empower underrepresented people to find joy in off-road cycling. So I designed a toolkit and essentially a curriculum to break down off-road cycling into essentially a blueprint for building skills, confidence, but also empowering communities to start. And it's a fantastic scalable model. And so in the first year, we launched to over 11 locations across the UK and Europe. And this year, we've launched in the US as well, which is pretty fantastic. So if anybody wants to chat about that in the break, then yeah, I would be really stoked to have any conversations. So now, the man who needs no introduction. He is the person behind the vision of Trash-Free Trails and has assembled a fantastic team of riders, runners, and roamers to protect our trails and wild spaces from single-use pollution. So without further ado, Dom Ferris.
Onwards. Where am I? Hello, who's there? Oh, hey, Glenn. We're a bit early.
Hey, Colin.
Give us a few minutes if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's Glenn. You'll see him in a minute. Yeah, so thank you, everyone, for coming. There's more people in the room than there was last year. So for me, you know, I haven't got any notes written about this opening address, as you'll probably gather in a few minutes' time, or almost immediately, I'm sure. But there's a few words that just come to mind all the time. And for me, you know, as riders, runners, and roamers, we've got a lot of handy analogies that we can use without feeling too cheesy. So for me, progress is a word that you can associate with this room, with our intentions, and with our lives as riders, runners, roamers. You know, I just caught eyes there with James Poole, professional ultra runner. You know, 300 miles recently. Yeah, so progress, one step after the other, one foot after the other. But the starting is the most difficult thing, and sometimes making the overly grand plans paralyze us into inaction. Again, I sat and listened to a wonderful session, Fireside, last night at our Purposeful Adventure Festival, led by Manon Carpenter, and one of our A-Team ambassadors, Joe Shui, said, let's just do something. All right, and I know that word "just" is, I think, you know, almost want to ban that room, we can ban the word "ban" as well. But the word "just" can be frustrating and can be a bit disempowering sometimes. But for me, it's let's make progress. So this time last year, there was 35 people. There's now more than that in this room. This time last year, we had, you know, I'll talk about it a bit more. We had 316 data sets from citizen scientists around the world. This year, we've got 1,027. So just trying to demonstrate progress, not saying we're changing the world, just trying to demonstrate progress. So that's the challenge I'll issue this room today, is move forwards in some way. Let's move forwards both individually and together. Let's take responsibility individually and together. And another element of progress means that I've forgotten to say hello to the live stream. And I'm wondering if all of us in the room could turn around and say hello and welcome the live stream into our room with us as participants today. So yeah, and the hashtag for the day, you know, the word that I keep in my mind is that we're here for the trails. So not really not a single person in this room wouldn't be here if it wasn't for trails in some way or other. What they do for us, both professionally and personally, for our well-being. So let's put them at the top of the bill. Let's put everything else aside for a day at least, and let's see what we can come up with. And again, the final one really, what the trails have done for us and what they might be able to do for others, and how we can invite them in, make them feel welcome, and actually get them in as well. So that'll be my opening address, I think. Probably forgot a million things, but the bottom line is that everyone who comes after me today is far more prepared. So that's wonderful to hear, I think. Okay, so we hand back over to Elle, and thank you to Elle as well for hosting this, holding it together.
No probs, I'm just stoked to be here. So, first up, we are here for the trails, as Dom said, and we have two absolute pioneers in this space, Manon Carpenter and Glenn Jacobs, who's joining us remotely. So Glenn was the first professional trail builder. He's the only Aussie to have been inducted into the Mountain Biking Hall of Fame. And Manon is we call it the world's first purposeful adventurer, and will be the world's first doctor of purposeful adventure, hopefully. And the way I'm putting it is what Manon doesn't know about dirt is not worth knowing. So without further ado, I shall hand over to Glenn. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me there. And looks like there's a lot of people there, and it's going to be a fun day. I've for years, nearly 30 years, been
Sorry,
involved
Glenn,
with
I'm just going to pause
building.
you there. We've not got much sound coming through this side, so can you hang on a sec and we'll just fix the audio. Try again.
How's that? Is that a bit better?
That's a bit better, yeah.
Slide one. Go.
All good?
Yeah.
Okay. I can barely hear you on my end, but if we're good to go.
Yeah, we're good to go, Glenn. We're on slide one. If you just give us, click to slide two.
Great. On slide one, yeah. And the first time we showed this was at the Imber mountain bike summit in Europe. And Manon was there. It was great to read this out for everybody. Bit of a sea shanty. It's talking about trails and trail building and everything. And you should have it up on the screen there. They climbed the hill one morning. The weather, it was fair. The peak loomed above the clouds and no one gave a care. They walked and cut and laughed that day. Their dreams, they never failed. They're out to build a mighty trail for all of us to rail. The captain said a piece of gold for those who shape me trail. So bend your backs and dig me, lads. I know that we won't fail. Bend your backs and dig me, lads. Let's build a mighty trail. Tonight we'll sing and dance, and tomorrow we can rail. We'll cut and shape the loam and dirt. No prouder crew there'll be to carve a trail that plummets from the mountain to the sea. They grabbed their tools that morning. The weather, it was grim. The shapers kept on cutting, and the batters, they did trim. So we'll build this trail ourselves, they cried. This hill won't stand a chance. The berms will ride so fast and smooth, they'll put us in a trance. The trail, it danced from root to rock. It was bigger than the sky. They raised their tools for a final push as they heard the captain cry. Bend your backs and dig me, lads. Let's build this mighty trail. Tonight we'll sing and dance, and tomorrow we can rail. We'll cut and shape the loam and dirt. No prouder folk there'll be to carve a trail that plummets from the mountain to the sea. The trail was nigh complete, then came to a sudden stop. forbidding and unpassable was a jagged rock outcrop. The newbie rigged some dynamite and lit a faulty fuse. It blew the rock and took them too, leaving nothing but their shoes. Now 100 years have passed since the captain and his crew split the earth and cracked that rock. The trail came rushing through. The trail, it goes on living, but that rock, it bears a scar. But if you ever drop that chute, a voice calls from afar. Bend your backs and dig me, lads. Let's build this mighty trail. Tonight we'll sing and dance, and tomorrow we can rail. We'll cut and shape the loam and dirt, and no prouder folk there'll be to carve a trail that plummets from the mountain to the sea. It's like a little sea shanty, and a lot of trail builders sing that chorus line while they're working. And a little comical, but it's quite fun. And it says everything about trails. Next slide. Have you got that one up? Basically, we're talking about over the years, over 30 years, trail building around the world. We've came across some absolutely spectacular places, ride destinations, and there is a formula to design the perfect ride destination. The first one, you need connectivity is very important to the trail network and accommodation. The second one, have you got beautiful natural features? Third is quality trails. The fourth is like accommodation, cafes, and pubs. One of the fifth items you need is a progressive expansion. Can it expand more if it's a successful place? And the sixth is an event overlay. So these six major points, these six boxes that need ticking, is very critical to have a perfect ride destination. Next slide. I'll touch on the connectivity, how important it is. How close is your destination to airports and major public infrastructure? It could be national airports or international airports, how people can come in and out from a trail destination. When I worked for the EOCA, we had a main line you drew in the sand and had to be around an hour and a half from a major airport. So people can, travel on weekends from the airport, flying in and out, or from a major township. You don't want to be traveling for 6 or 7 hours in a car. You can fly from all different parts all over the world, and you land at an airport and connect to the trail destination. No separation of culture, not spreading out too many ride centres too far away. You can have a lot of various ride centres, but as long as the main ride centre has around 85 kilometres of trail, it's the main stepping off point where you can actually stay for 4 to 5 days in the one area and ride a bunch of trails. That connectivity to the population, as I said before, a major city is very important. And probably the most critical thing with the connectivity is you ride in and ride out from to the trailhead from your accommodation. And if you're out on the trail, you can swing into a cafe or a restaurant or a bike shop and shuttle companies and stuff like that. I can touch on that a bit further down the slide. But connectivity to the world and to the riding public is critical. Next slide. Very important is the natural features. That's the second one. Have you got lakes and rivers and waterfalls, escarpments, beautiful terrain, something unique to your region. You can have beaches, mountains, a little bit of outback terrain or very jungly, ecotones, something different, something not the same sort of terrain all the way through. If you've got some beautiful little valleys that have pockets of, like rainforest or tall mountains that have wonderful lookouts, that's what we as mountain bikers really love when we're out riding. And it's very important to have, these natural features to develop a trail network in. Unique native wildlife and unique species. Forests and native wildlife too. And the main thing is, Instagram moments. Once a trail network gets built and designed in beautiful terrain, people will be taking photos and taking images and sending them sort of bragging rights around the world to all their friends, saying, "Hey, look where I am. I'm riding here, and it's amazing, and you should get over here as soon as you can." So, having a lookout at the top of a climb that overlooks a valley or a waterfall, or in a beautiful area, is very, very important. As you can see, that slide is actually the photo. There is these huge marble boulders. These photos are in Tasmania, in Australia, and you can ride through them. And they're the size of small apartment buildings. They're crazy. Next slide is quality trails. The trails have to be designed, and they need to be designed in the future for a sustainable industry. Our industry with trails need to be professionally designed. I think gone are the days where you may have some enthusiasts that love trails and they love mountain biking, but they may not have the information to build a sustainable trail. It's important that the trails are designed to last forever and are fully sustainable. So, and something that actually feels really good when you ride. And on that slide there, we've got 85 kilometers plus tipping point. There is a thing called a tipping point. A trail destination should have around 85 kilometers of trail minimum. And the reason for that is that, you want to attract many people from all over the world, and mountain bikers, just like snowboarders and skiers and, other groups of people, like to go in large groups, and they will travel a long way and to go for holidays for, 5 to 6, 8 days to 2 weeks. So you've got to have enough product in place, something really wonderful for people to do that. If you only had 5 or 7 kilometers of trail, people wouldn't be getting in a plane and traveling halfway across the world or across the country to stay for a week. So a destination needs to have a lot of great products. I suppose it's nearly the same as a ski resort. If you look at that, if you had a ski resort up in the snowfields and there was only 1 or 2, slopes or runs, not many people would go there and go back there all the time. So you have to have something in place designed from about 85 kilometers more. The trails need to be sustainable. They have to be suitable for the environment. You can't put there's so many different types of trails you can build. You have to build the right trails in the right place for them to be sustainable and suitable. And that's usually determined in the early design phases. The next line there, we have some numbers, 15, 70, 15, with diverse options. What that is mountain bikers are split up in fairly documented groups. And this is just a snapshot, really, is 15% beginners, 70% intermediate, and 15% core riders. And if you have a lot of trails for those groups, if you had everything was extremely hard, for technical riding and most of the trials were like that, you're not going to have a great, successful and sustainable outcome for visitation. You need something for everybody. I always talk about like shopping centers. You go to a large shopping center and you walk in there and, usually 85, 100 stores in a shopping center. There's something for everybody. And it should be the same with trails. When you go somewhere, you may feel like just riding the easy trails, or you want to have some progression and sort of step up for some harder ones. But there has to be a wide range for everybody to have a lot of fun. No forced risk is very important. Trails shouldn't be designed that you're forcing people into a risk that causes injury. Everybody has to feel comfortable on their rating of the rating of the trails, and you don't want to be making people ride something they don't want to. There's a word there also. Quark knuckles is a design specific style of trail. again, that everybody can ride from a beginner to a pro rider, but they're all on the same trail. It all offers them up a different an experience on the same trail. That's something that's been developed in the last 10 years. It's working really well. And the big one is Finish with a Smile. You know, going for a ride, you know, out with all your friends and everything. And, you know, how many people have gone for a ride with some friends and they've taken you up these horrible hills that go forever, and you probably go, well, I'm never going to go for a ride with this person again because this is way too hard, and you know, and then you know, you're out for a few hours and you think, where are they taking me? And then the last 10 minutes of the ride is just beautiful, and you know, you're rolling down a hill and you come back into town or back to your car, and there's a pub there and everything, and then you know, you're high-fiving everybody. You're as happy as anything, and you've forgotten about those hours of getting dragged all over the mountains, you know. So you got to finish with a smile when you finish your ride. It's very important, and that's usually in the major, you know, layout and design. The next slide is a township or a little community where the trailheads are, where the trails are laid out and everything. So you've got to have a lot of pubs and cafes and accommodations, and you know, start with a coffee and finish with a beer. Very important to have all these things in place. The fifth slide is touch on that. Progressive expansion is very important. If you've got a successful destination that's working really well, you're going to have room to expand with some forestry and some stuff around close by, so you can expand. And the final slide, sixth slide, is if you've got all these, you know, trails and a bunch of trails in this destination, it'd be really good to use it for racing also. You can bring a major signature event there every year, but you don't have to change anything. The trails are designed right at the start, and you look at where you can, you know, close down the main street of the town, for instance, and stuff like that. So a lot of wonderful things you can do for, you know, a trail destination. But you put everything into place, it'll be there forever, and people will travel from afar, you know, to come to the destination. So look, I know we're short on time, so that's my chat for today, and I hope there's a lot of success for the rest of the summit, and thanks for inviting me here.
Hi everyone. So yeah, I'm Manon Carpenter. I was at another event a month ago where Glenn read out that trail shanty at the start, and hearing him read it out there kind of gave like goosebumps a little bit, kind of hearing someone talking about what they do. And Glenn's obviously been working for a long time at really high-level mountain bike destinations, but I think it was interesting seeing a few things of, yeah, this idea. I guess they're trying to build places that work for everybody, and are connected with the local communities to where they are as well, how trails link in with everything else that a place can offer. And it's also really exciting. Obviously, we're in Wales today, and everything that mountain biking can offer for Wales is offering right now is really exciting to see. For me, here for the trails, yeah, I just wanted to talk about why I'm here today, what trails have done for me, and what I've understand that they do for the wider riding community, and a couple maybe some goals for our trails that I know are going to get touched on later on in more detail, but I just thought I'd outline from my perspective at least, yeah, my thoughts on trails. So if you go to the next slide, it's not quite the next slide, but here because of and thanks to the trails. That's for me at least. So why am I standing here today? So 25 years on from me playing around in rock pools, a constant through my life has been mountain bike trails. And I grew up just outside Cardiff, and I was introduced to mountain biking and the outdoors from having trails from the front door that we would just go and ride as a family. And it was just a really great introduction to being outside, appreciating everything that we get from these places. And yeah, I was really fortunate to be able to get out from the front door. And I was involved in a family race series, which is where I went on probably the start of my racing career. But the Super Loop, this was probably a 3-hour ride from the house. You can go in different directions, which is really amazing, I think, actually, outside Cardiff, that you can have such adventures. And after school on a Wednesday, we'd go out in a big group, and I'd normally be hanging on the back of a group of much older and fitter people than me. And it was just, I think, a really amazing thing to be able to do. And looking back, that was the foundation of my career or story in mountain biking so far. Next slide, please. So yeah, a bit about me. So I was a professional mountain biker for, I was on the World Cup circuit for 8 years. 8 years? Yeah. And so yeah, I progressed from a local race series to going to more national races, and then finally onto the international race scene. Really lucky to have support of my family and the opportunities to get to know mountain biking the way I did. And yeah, so highlights of my race career were winning World Championships in 2014. So I won the World Championships and the overall in 1 year, which was very exciting and led me to experience everything that comes with that throughout the racing career. So just to outline a couple of things, can you have next slide? I'm not always that good at talking about my racing career and what it brought me, but I think it does highlight what, having access to a sport like this from a young age has given me. So experiences that I didn't actually even know to dream of. Stood on a podium at Fort William at the World Cup. Very surreal experience. Next slide, please. Representing my country at an event like the World Championships. Next slide, please. Really also surreal experiences of seeing big cutouts of yourself at mountain bike industry events. Also something I never would have expected. Next slide, please. And throughout my career, I was training on the trails that I had close to my home. Yeah, really lucky in Wales to have the resource that we have of recreational mountain bike trails. And this is one of the local mountains, just north of Caerphilly. And I'm with, maybe if you click the next click. Yeah, so Mackin Mountain, this is Obi, Laurie, and Joel. And Obi is doing all sorts of cool things unrelated to mountain biking, but Laurie is now a Red Bull athlete, and he's competing for the top step at the World Cup series. So he is now progressing, and that's the journey that trails have taken him on. And Joel, he grew up in the valley just to the right in Risca, and Joel is now a mechanic on the World Cup circuit. So it's just my own personal anecdote and these guys' personal anecdote, but it shows where it can take you, which is super cool, I think. Next slide, please. And yeah, post-competition, slowed down a bit and really realized what mountain biking gives me and what being in these places outside gives me. The fun you get, the friends, recharge and release in your life, and realize how important it is that we have these opportunities to explore the places we do and why they're so important. Next click, please. And yeah, alongside this, recognizing the challenges that we also have. So the places that we ride in are vulnerable and need looking after and are facing lots of their own challenges. Trails themselves can come and go and access can be quite limited. So I was very lucky where I lived to be introduced the way I was through my family, but not everybody gets that opportunity. And you get things like tensions between different user groups and, as I say, the challenges that our environment faces. Next slide, please. And also realizing what these trails give to entire riding communities. So being able to get outside and being active of all ages, so from young children up to as long as you can still turn the paddles. confidence building on the top right. A really cool event, getting people together and seeing how stoked it can make you getting out on the trails. And the mental health, I touched on this yesterday. The bottom right is a riding group from Risca. And these guys all have such a strong community. And I've been to a few fundraising events where they are fundraising for mental health charities. And when you hear them speak about it, you realize how important it is for them and what having the community that they've got through riding trails has given them. And then at the bottom, kind of social connections with the community. This is a community trail clean, Shaftesbury Trails clean in spring last year, and it's really cool to see the community coming together to look after the places that they all enjoy in all of their different ways. And I think, as Glenn touched on a bit, what it can give to local jobs, you know, all the bike shops that have sprung up and the cafes and pubs that come from that as well, or kind of support the riding communities, and the way of life for so many people. Next slide, please. So, why are we here? Trails is our pathway to everything that I've mentioned. It brings all these benefits and all these amazing things to those of us who enjoy them and those of us who might yet experience them. And we're also here to look after our trails and the places that they're in, the places they take us to, and as we've got in the bottom right, Shaftesbury Trail sign, we exist to protect our trails and the wild spaces they take us to. I think that's a nice summary of why we are here. Next slide, please. So I've just got 3 slides now of, I guess, from my perspective, what the goals can be for trails into the future. So we need to be thinking about, and we are working on, responsible access, so supporting communities to effectively look after the trails that they have, and working with all the stakeholders in that area. And we also need a clear framework to be able to do that, and it's really cool to see that emerging at the moment, especially in Wales, really trying to make sure we're looking after trails and the places that they're in when we're using them. Want to foster a culture that cares, which I think Shaftesbury Trails is absolutely driving the way in. You know, it can be cool to care, and we want to care about these places because of everything they give us. And, you know, sharing what is responsible access. Everybody does start from a different place, and I think we recognise that. So, kind of sharing what we can about how to be responsible in these places. And some quotes from a film. What can I do to give back to the trails? Documentary I was involved with last year, looking at how we can help look after trails. Next slide, please. Second goal, to enhance and connect with our natural world. So access provides the opportunity to connect. So you need to be in these spaces to understand them and get to know them and want to look after them. And we can engage ourselves more deeply with these spaces and maybe offer some inspiration to others as well to think about what getting outside can give us. And to figure out how we can leave a positive trace. So here we are doing a mass trail clean with a mountain bike group in South Wales at Barry Sidings, and kind of building that drive to want to give back and finding all the different ways we have at our disposal to do that. Next slide, please. And then this is kind of a scary slide to put up because it's big questions, and obviously it's bigger than, I say mountain biking, trail running, and hiking, you know, it's bigger than outdoor users, of course. But I think this is going to come up a little bit later on today. How can recreation demand and the presence of people wanting to be in nature drive healthier outdoor spaces? So we know that a lot of our spaces are not as healthy as they could be. And what can our interest in being in these places do to foster a healthy environment? And can we get involved in, you know, volunteer days wanting to look after these places? How can recreation be more sustainable in itself? This is a big question for the outdoor industries, especially. You know, we want better supply chains, you know, better way of making the things that we use, the way we travel. And I was saying to Dom this weekend, Trash Free Trails approved events, you know, showing the way forward to how to do events and just be outside in a better way. I think one anecdote I know from mountain bike events, at least, I know a lot of the parts that get broken, you know, they're made of metal, and often they just get, I think they do get sent to landfill pretty much. And is there a better solution for that? Because we know how much energy it takes to, well, yeah, get these products into what they are in the first place. And then using our voices and the choices that we can make to demand better, which again, that's something we can drive, and we also need help. Help from the companies and organisations to also be able to do this better. So the final slide is basically, thank you for being here. Here for the trails, and I am really looking forward to hearing from the rest of the talks today. This is my perspective as a mountain biker, but I'm really excited to hear all the other talks today that will help us figure out the path forwards to looking after our trails and the places they are in. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks so much, Manon. We've got time for a very short Q&A. If anyone wants to ask Manon anything, from downhill racing to her academic research. It's fine. Any questions?
The big O, David.
I'd like to know about your academic research.
So I guess that's, so I'm a science researcher, so I'm looking for mountainous areas, what's happening beneath fault zones to give us earthquakes so we can better understand the hazard. So yeah, I think being in the mountains got me quite interested in how they're there and the process is happening there. So yeah, I guess a purposeful adventure, and hopefully at some point I'm doing a part-time PhD alongside the opportunities I have to think about the places we're in as mountain bikers. So yeah. In theory, at some point I might be a doctor.
We have another one. Go in.
Hi. I was wondering, as a pro, when you're traveling around the world and trying to maintain a training program and get to lots of different destinations and stuff, how you can engage with the local trails that you are using, because you kind of have to fly in, fly out and stick on a schedule, and whether there is any how to be a better pro guidance given to pros, and whether maybe there's an opportunity now that it's all being hosted by Discovery to maybe have that sort of thing in future if it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I guess I'd say at the moment it doesn't really, because I haven't competed for the last 5 years, but yeah, it is quite in and out and not so much opportunity to engage with the places you're in. But I think, as you said, with Discovery taking over running or streaming of the World Cup series, I know that Enduro World Series is trying more to engage with the communities that look after the trails that they use. So obviously a race event goes in, uses the trails that the local community will have created, and then it leaves again. And there is a drive to, at least in the Enduro World Series, to work with the local communities more. And it would be cool to get athletes more involved. Yeah, I think there's lots of different ways things can be done better to, engage with. I mean, for me, I've been more local community driven now, and that's been amazing for me to see how much is happening at a local space as well. I don't know, lots of questions. We can talk later on.
It's It's nice. We've got a question from our live feed, and talking of progress, we didn't have a live feed that worked last year anyway, so that feels like progress. Sophie G, thanks for asking your question. Manon, what did you find most interesting or inspiring from making your documentary film?
Yeah, most inspiring is super easy. So I come from a racing background, and there's a lot of passion and motivation that comes from being a racer. But then going around and talking to all these different riding groups that are working in their own community to look after their trails and just make a positive difference in the areas where they live, that was super inspiring. There's so much passion there, and it's being used for, you know, the whole collective experience of mountain biking. And that was the most inspiring for me. And seeing that people are doing it, we now have really good examples of how to get engaged in trail advocacy and management. And that's offering the examples for everyone else to build on and to, run with that.
Okay, there's definitely questions, but I'm going to pause it because you may have guessed we're already running over. You have to eat your lunch slightly quicker. Yeah, and just stepping in because I've just forgot to start this at the start. Well, I forgot to say at the start about the culmination of the day. You know, what is our purpose for being here? And I wanted to make sure we spoke about that because Manon's already speaking about it, Glenn's speaking about it, Elle's speaking about it, I am. So just know that we have a plan for taking this somewhere. Because I think often, again, as people who spend time in the outdoors, we need to know we're going somewhere. You know, we need to know, and I've got a lot of people who've driven a long way here, and I feel so incredibly grateful to every single person. You know, like my great friend Jill, who's one of our directors, was surprised how far, everyone's always surprised how far North Wales is, even though she lives in Cornwall, so she shouldn't be surprised that places are surprisingly far away. But yeah, you know, so yeah, I just want to promise you that we're taking this somewhere today. If you're watching, we are, I promise. And also Beth, some of you here last year may have remembered the incredible Beth Breeden and the incredible Matt Kenley, where is he? And the incredible Chloe Parker, who were scribbling and just created the most wondrous looking thing in the background there whenever you spoke. We've actually got we had an amazing North Wales artist called Kyrie Jacks, who was the person I first saw doing graphic recording in Eden Project in 2016, coming today, but she got COVID 2 days ago. So I was like, Beth, do you fancy doing it? And Beth is now sitting at home with COVID, because she couldn't come, sketching this. So what's going to happen at the end of each session, she's going to send us her sketch, and we'll put up on the screens. Rich will sort it out. But yeah, because for me, that's, I don't know, it was so cool. Maybe it's just a massive attention seeker. Seeing that first sketch by Kyrie all those years ago, I was like, whoa, that's amazing. And I just, again, one thing we want to do at Trashy Trails is to make us and others feel that way, like, whoa, cool, at the same time as doing some good stuff. So just wanted to make sure those two things were said. Now I've started breathing a bit more. Now we got Glenn sorted. All right, so another aspect of progress is that we've got a number of people who couldn't make it. We've got a number of people who, couldn't make it last couple of minutes. Like, again, my master supervisor, Martin, who many of you met last year, got COVID yesterday, sent me I'm getting lots of WhatsApp messages with, sorry, mate, just like the picture of the COVID test. But we have some people who we knew couldn't come from a while ago, so we asked them to send us a message, and we call it our Wish We Were There film. If you were here last year, we saw it. We've made another one, so we will run VT, if that's how you say it. Yeah, go for it.
Hi guys, I'm Ross.
I'm Julia. We're really sorry we can't be with you at the Trashy Trails Summit this weekend. We hope you're having a really great time. We're out here working at the Stone King Rally for the week, and yeah, Ross is gonna...
Yeah, we're going to spend the next 6 days travelling from the high Alps down to the Italian coast and picking up any litter or anything that shouldn't be on the trails as we go.
Hope you have a great time, and we'll see you soon, guys.
Take care.
Hi guys, I'm Alistair I'm sorry I can't be at the State of Our Trails Summit this year. I think what you guys at Trash Free Trails are doing is absolutely brilliant. So please have a good time, but keep raising a ruckus, making a noise, tidying up litter, encouraging other people to do the same, and having fun and appreciating and loving our great outdoors. Thanks so much for all that you do, and I hope to catch up with you soon. Cheers, good luck.
Hey up, it's Tom Hill here. Really sorry I can't be with you at the summit, but as you can see, I'm hunting my own summits, having my own purposeful adventures in the Alps at the moment. But yeah, genuinely gutted that I can't be there. Hope you're having an amazing time. Hope you're feeling inspired to take on some new projects to help Trash Free Trails in the future. And yeah, hopefully catch up with everybody soon. Cheers. Bye.
Hey, it's Chris Hall here from the Downtime Podcast. Sorry I can't be with you for your State of the Trails Summit. Really impressed once again with everything you've achieved over the last 12 months. It's been phenomenal to see just how far you've moved things along, the amount of work you've got done and the amount of engagement you're getting from the community. It's absolutely awesome, so massive congratulations on that. I had the pleasure of sitting down with a few of the team at the Tweed Valley EWS a few weeks ago for an upcoming episode of the podcast, and it was amazing to hear about everything you've got planned and all the work that's been going on behind the scenes to improve the riding environment and the environment in general for everyone. So massive congratulations. I hope the summit goes well, and hopefully I can make it there next year. Cheers.
Hello from a very wild and windy Isle of Arran. My name's Lucy Wallace. I'm a mountain leader and wildlife guide, and I'm based here on the island. I'm really sorry I can't be there. What you do is so important. Keep raising awareness, keep spreading the word, keep telling people about Leave No Trace. Have a fantastic time and keep up the good work. Bye!
Hey everyone, Katie Zafke here. I run the Pay Dirt program, which is Santa Cruz Bicycle's grant program that's all about giving back to cool groups that are doing great things for the trails, which Trash Free Trails is obviously doing. So we're super stoked to be supporting you guys and all the great things that you're doing out there. Stoked that you guys could get together to talk about making even better things happen. Bummed that I can't be there, but I'm looking forward to reading the report. Have a good time. Bye.
The aspect of the weekend I was most looking forward to being part of was the discussion about how we can encourage wider access to the living world and make poetry and art a form of activism. I was considering the idea of positive trace when I started a poem called Trace Track to Track. The first is a foot firm placed, the second a swinging gait, and each etched step thereafter prints a trail to investigate, that words unwind in ebbing lines and worlds can thrive in form unbound, that the route that follows thoughts' faint tracks is memory trace to common ground.
Good morning, hello and namaste everyone. This is me Ram Guru from Nepal, a team of Trash Free Trails. So this year on the 4th July, I want to be able to attend State of Our Trail Summit, but I keep what I'm doing and my team, and we keep what we are doing. So guys, we will see you soon, and keep enjoying outdoors, protecting outdoors, protecting our trails, keep inspiring lots of people from all around the world, and go and enjoy outdoors. Be respectful to our trails, enjoy the trails, and also protect our trails. Keep inspiring, keep loving, keep adventuring, keep going outdoors. Namaste, see you soon.
Awesome, and thanks so much to Tom Laws and the A-Team who put that film together. So, we've mentioned a couple of times what we like to do is keep a record of all of this, so I'm now going to invite you all to be part of our big, noisy team photo. So, Sam Dugan, adventurer, photographer, filmmaker, storyteller extraordinaire, no pressure, is going to get us all moving around and G'd up for a big, noisy group photo.
Wonderful. Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, best introduction ever, I suppose. I'm going to get you guys to all stand up and come at the front here. I'm going to take a photo from back there. So get up, stretch your legs, and come and stand by this wonderful sign and setup we've got.
We'll just put the agenda up, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of fun there. Get me at the back out.
I feel like we should
Not in the middle, though.
like,
Oh, God,
lift it up.
Oh, wow. No, not in the middle. Missing someone quite important.
Where's Don gone?
Don't know. Go on, get in front of me. He's nearly on the front of the football. I'll keep talking to him now. Do whatever he's doing. Oh, is he? I don't know. Yeah.
The megaphone.
You're an announcer.
Rich, shall I give us a 5-minute break before we come back? Awesome. So we'll do a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for the State of Our Trails report. Folks could start returning to their stations, please. We are ready to kick off with the next part of the day. And you do not want to miss the State of Our Trails report. Dom has promised us not a single dry statistic and lots of excitement. Oh, cool. I was really cool actually that you brought, really cool that you got a question through from them. Yes. As well. Is that one work?
Hello.
Okay. Kick us off. Yeah? Yeah. Great. So I'll get us going with the next section of the day, which is the State of Our Trails report. So we'll have a few different speakers in this session, and if you kind of think of it as a whole, and then we'll take questions at the end of the session rather than after each speaker. So in a second, I'm going to reintroduce Dom, who's going to take us through the State of Our Trails report. And I guess to understand the story of where the State of Our Trails report came from, we have to go back to the beginning of trash-free trails. And one of the things that Dom knew was that we had to back ourselves up with evidence. And there was no science on the provenance or the impact of plastic pollution on our wild spaces. So that became a clear part of the mission of trash-free trails, was to contribute to this body of evidence. And the State of Our Trails report has become a hub for this project. But we needed data, and that meant that we needed everyone to become community scientists, citizen scientists. And in 2020, in the middle of lockdown, Bosch provided some seed funding to start making the report a reality. So Dom mentioned earlier, we now have over 1,000 data points. Dom's published an academic paper, a literature review, and also a very exciting multidisciplinary project with Bangor University looking at energy litter, which we will hear about later. So last year, we had the baseline study. So we've got a lot to update you with, no small task for Dom. So he's going to take us through the 2022 research. And as I said earlier, he's promised a lot of excitement and not a single dry statistic. So if he doesn't stick to that, I think we can all throw rubbish at him. So without further ado, Dom.
Do you want to grab some rubbish now? Just there's plenty outside, actually. Yeah, I'm moving. Don't you worry, I'm going. Yes, hello again. Okay, I've been having to do this a little bit, and actually kind of sometimes my supervisor says the same thing, is like you need to switch from Dom Trash Free Trails to Dom Master Student, especially when talking to academics, because apparently they don't give Nathan, isn't that, he's on his phone, look at him, look at that, like a true academic. But you know, me and Nathan's like having words about putting photos on screen. He's like, they don't care, we just get Here we go. Hello. Yes, 2 mics, so posh. Yeah, so I will switch, I hope I will try into my research mode. Yeah, so it's pretty crazy, really, for me to be able to present. Really, last year was the baseline study, so this is the first thing that I'm confident in saying is academically robust work as a master's research student. Last year, we just went for it. Like I say, we wanted a baseline, and it was incredible. I was incredibly proud of it. But this year, it's really something that I can stand here and say without feeling compromised. So that's massive for me. It's also something that I'm hugely, hugely grateful for support for. You know, I've got someone sitting in the room here who, without them, when I had COVID and a meltdown at the same time and had to extend my lit review output, without them helping me with the structure, I wouldn't have submitted a lit review. So there's gratitude for that person. There's so much around the room as well for people who supported it. Jez at the back there, who started it off and recognized there was something in Trash-Free Trails and heard about the State of Our Trails report and put me in touch with Chris at Bosch, who seed funded it. To Dana, for example, just caught eyes with, who we've had conversations about the study they've done and introduced me to CGG Environment Geoscience, who you'll hear for in a minute, who are helping with the soil samples for my research. Through Martin, you connect me with Nathan, who now we're talking about other stuff, and I'm hearing some things that just make my brain buzz entirely, and I hope, and I imagine, no expectations, Nathan, but you seem pretty confident it's all right, but he'll do the same for your brain boxes. So yeah, enough with the Dom Trash-Free Trails, and let's try and go academic. I just completely broke my own rules there. All right, so yeah. I give you, in the words of my supervisor, not mine, the very least most comprehensive review of the existing literature on the prevalence and impacts of plastic pollution on recreational trails in the UK. And in Martin's words, it might be the only. So that was pretty incredible to go through this research. What I've ended up doing, for many reasons, many of you will know me from, or the fact that I used to work for Surfers Against Sewage. So it's almost impossible for me, I was there 10 years, it's almost impossible for me not to refer back to that. And actually, in the absence of, we'll get to it in a second, any peer-reviewed science on prevalence and impacts of plastic pollution on recreational trails, we had to turn to something for comparative context. So I turned to what I knew. Yeah, and then it's a perfect analogy for my life too, because moving from Cornwall to Wales, I very literally moved from tide lines to the trails. And again, in Martin, my supervisor, he sound bites it very well, is that the way he sells sometimes our project to people in a really simple way is that we want to bring the beach clean mentality inland. And I suppose that's the community, the grassroots movement, but really I want to bring the marine conservation science mentality inland. So yeah, and one big thing to say is that I am very aware that I am not an academic. Martin, my supervisor, has become aware of that, and he stopped saying, do you want to do a PhD? Really quite swiftly. So for me, this is a methodological development. This is a pioneering activity. I want to start something that then hopefully we can inspire real academics to come in and step in and go, you know what, there's something here, and you can pick this thread up and pick that thread up. So I'm hoping that that's what I can achieve. That's my kind of internal aim. It is not to be, creating pioneering science. As you can see, I've just got a 5-meter bit of tape outside and some Costa cups thrown on the floor. So yeah, it's not the Hadron Collider. Right, so bit of context. So I said about marine conservation for comparative context. I'm going to switch hands. There we go. This feels more comfortable for some reason. So in 2018, the Collins Dictionary word of the year was single use. And really, you could probably attach single-use plastic to that. So that's 2018. That came off the back of, in October 2017, Blue Planet 2, showing that haunting image of which some people, you know, who are in the science world thought was a little bit disingenuous, of the whale carrying her dead calf in mourning through what were plastic polluted waters. They didn't say it was what killed them, but they were plastic polluted waters. You know, that gave rise to an academically peer-reviewed effect called the Blue Planet effect. So it's been observed as something that affected it. For me personally, it affected me massively in my job, because my email inbox went from unmanageable to completely unmanageable in about 3 months. 750 emails of people saying, I must help. Must. I've seen that. Where that Blue Planet effect and the single-use context really changed things for marine conservation in particular. And how many people in here have got kids? How many people in here work with kids? Keep your hands up if you just put your hands up. Keep them going. Right, so how many people whose kids or work with kids don't know about plastic pollution and turtles? And when we were that age, did anyone know about that kind of stuff? No. So it's incredible how aware we've become as a society, and that is always, you can go back to the kids. If you say, why is this straw on this beach not great? They'll almost certainly talk about the turtles straight away. They don't talk about the red squirrels, which is something to come to in a second. So, what does that mean from a scientific point of view? What does Blue Planet 2 mean, and what drove Blue Planet from a scientific point of view? Since 2012, the amount of peer-reviewed papers on plastic pollution, ocean plastic pollution, marine plastic pollution has more than quadrupled. It's gone more or less from kind of 50 in 2012 to 1,765 publications on marine plastic pollution since then. This is an image that many of us sadly see. These are 13 beach sperm whales in 2016, and all of them were found with plastic pollution in their stomachs, and it was attributed to their deaths. Again, hands up if you're not aware of marine animals coming into contact with plastic, dying, being injured. Hands up if you haven't seen a picture of it or a video of it in your life. And hands up if you've seen one of a squirrel or a hedgehog or a... Yes, yeah. So not many, all right? So the question would be, that I get to in a minute, is that if it's happening to them, is it happening to terrestrial wildlife? Has to be. I mean, I can't see how not, but the problem is we don't know, because in comparison to those 1,765 peer-reviewed papers, there is one for recreational trails. And then the sad thing about that one is it was written in 2000, and they talk about it in the abstract, and then there's no more reference to it afterwards. So the person says it might be doing some harm, but there's no more reference to it. So yeah, I've gone too early to the goat. I had to put some silly one. Told you. Just a little bit of a kind of footnote. That's not to say that there isn't work that's been done that relates to it. So, for example, entrapment in discarded cans, containers. There's quite a lot of side work been done on that, especially in the kind of dune ecosystems. So there's some stuff that we can borrow, and I'll come to that in a bit. But on that direct recognition of what this ecosystem does for us, what it means to us, and what the recreational trail ecosystem does and means to us, there's this deafening silence. So that's, I suppose, the foundation of my literature review, was to establish what we do know, what we don't know, and how to begin addressing it. By going right back to what I said at the start of the day, start simple. So for me, the great thing is that although there's nothing out there, I haven't got to start from zero. So Marine Conservation Society, many of you may have done this, have got a 28-year data set on litter on beaches from all over the country. So that's incredible. The patterns they can observe and the things they can pull out there are extraordinarily valuable. We haven't got that. Well, we've got 2 years now, but really we've got less than a year of really, really, really robust data. The Ocean Conservancy in the US have been collecting for 36 years. So again, that data is so valuable. So does anyone notice what quote this is from? Whose quote? It's a bit abstract, isn't it? Sorry, I thought maybe someone would get it. Standing on the shoulders of giants. is the thing that I like goats, so otters and goats. All right, yeah, really, yeah, probably okay. That didn't work, that one, but yeah. So really, I'm lucky because I can use, and having had used the MCS technique for taking beach transects, I can learn from that. I can learn from the work that Snowdonia National Park did with CGG. So there is existing methodologies that just take a bit of tweaking, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how I have done that. But yeah, I don't have to start from fresh, which was very lucky for us all. The goat. And then the other thing is that in 2018, the United Nations announced a decade for ocean science, which is incredible. And again, it's really easy. If you think about that time, that's 2018. So Blue Planet, there's papers coming out, and then the Decade for Ocean Science being announced, and they go all the way back to 2010, 2012, silence. So 10 years is all it took to get from, honestly, silence, me going to beaches and doing beach cleans and getting people saying, what are you doing? Our beach is totally clean. Why are you here? Actually being aggressive at times, to now, beach cleans are a wonderfully positive thing. So think what we can achieve in a year. And again, Becky will talk about that in a second. For me, there's a really critical moment right now that we can hang our work on. So it isn't just me or Trash Free Trails rattling away. There is perhaps one of the most exciting policy opportunities that's occurred for plastics, really. So it's kind of the COP for plastics. And again, I'm really lucky to have worked with the person that led on this campaign, a woman called Christina Dixon for the Environmental Investigation Agency. So on March 22nd this year, 173 countries agreed to work towards creating a plastics treaty. So from a Trash Free Trails point of view, from this paper point of view, if we can engage with this process, we can massively accelerate the recognition of recreational trails within the science ecosystem that we're talking about. We can sneak ourselves in there. So that's the hook that I'm hanging my research on, the plastics treaty. And again, go into it in much more detail at some point, and you'll find a bit more detail in this and my lit review that you can connect to if you would like. So, okay, trying to keep the speed up. Someone wave at me if I'm going crazy over, but c'est la vie. Oh, yes, freestyling it. We're a bad pairing, the host pairing. All right, so just take a little breath. While I was doing my lit review, obviously I was looking for, as well as the supporting evidence, I was looking for quotes that really soundbited what I was trying to do. So again, it's really simple for me. If we do not know how much is out there, there's no way, we haven't got a picture of what we're trying to change. So without knowledge of exposure, we can't determine risk. So the first thing to establish is prevalence. And then I split that work into, so prevalence being how much is out there. So we split that into abundance and distribution to start with. So how much is out there? Where is it on the trail? And these two pictures, this is from the solstice last Tuesday. This photo was taken about 5 a.m., which is pretty cool. So we slept on the summit and then got up and did a summit clean at dawn, and it was pretty cool. Yeah, and the light was incredible. So that number there, 689, is the number of items we recorded and picked up from the start of the Llanberis tourist path to the summit and then the summit clean. And actually, we found more than double just on the summit. So for the probably 7 or 8K on the walk up, we found about 300, and then on the summit we found 389. And really, we weren't picking up microplastics there, yet you could see them. So I suppose that, yeah, there was still micro in the classification. Right, so we got that. But for me, if we just go for counting them, we don't get a picture of the littering behavior. And obviously that's what we're trying to think about, is the behavior. So how can we paint a picture, tell a story, and change behavior? Because the other thing that we're so lucky with at Trash Free Trails, in comparison to our beleaguered marine conservation colleagues, is that we don't have tides. So we are the tide. The people that use Snowdon, that tourist path, are the tide. So really, unless it's a helium balloon, thank you, Phil, bringing me a helium balloon from Havren. I'm actually really buzzing about that. But that's for use. We'll put that into one of our study sites to study what the impact it has. Unless it's a helium balloon or farm wrap or other wind-borne litter, it's been dropped by someone who has used that, who has stepped foot on that. So really it becomes a behavior change issue then, as opposed to a system change. Perhaps. Always remember, I'm just stating opinions often. Please challenge them, but nicely. And then distribution for me is really important too. So this is something, again, for the citizen science point of view, I will try to make things really simple. I try to make them things that you can just buy at a shop. So you kind of nightclub clicker, if you're a bouncer, you've already got them, Nathan. And then can you use some of our partners' technology too? So can we positively hack something? So Komoot, our partners, got this wonderful feature on theirs, is that when you record your ride, you can also take photos that geotag and automatically upload. So we're like, brilliant, we can do distribution straight away there. So again, this is one of my trash count routes, and it's to the Watkins pools on Snowdon. And the reason I chose it is because it's a really nice 4 kilometre out and back. It's becoming incredibly popular with wild swim tourism. So it's starting to be affected very obviously for that reason. And you can see that on the way up. But I'm starting to see different images, like you always find more litter at the summit. You can always spot when people need to have a rest on walks. So again, I'm starting to paint a picture. So abundance, distribution, painting that picture. Composition. So I'm going to go outside for a second. Oh no, I already collected one. There we go. Right. So it's all well and good to say we've got 100 pieces of litter, and we found it here. But we also need to know what that litter is made of, is made up from. So materials, types, brands. So yeah, and then we obviously get our picture of that. That enables us to zoom our targets in and focus on people. So for example, we talk to the brands about how they can help us influence behavior. So yeah, composition studies, and again, make it nice and simple. So that was one of the nicest days at our Halloween trail clean tour last year. I couldn't do the one at Barry Sidings Manon because we found 3,814, I think it was, Rich, pieces of litter at Barry Sidings, and none of the pictures kind of do it justice. You know, you can't see it. Sorry. And and it was really windy, so we had to go and collect it again from the other end of the field at the end. So this is at Greno Side, taken by the wonderful Rich Baber, this photo. And yeah, you can see there that we've got some pretty interesting stuff in the composition here. So this is, very nice. Weirdly, that was starting to break down too, so bits of plastic were falling off that. Right, so up until this point in my research project, there's like really, I've got a lot of best practice, a lot of good practice to follow. So, I'm not really saying things, I can use MCS, although we can't really do exact, so that if I go back one slide, that's not an exact transect as you would do on a beach, with a 100-meter transect, but it is, in the words of my supervisor, an analogy of a transect. I can bring some of the techniques across and justify my additions, where weirdly, there's absolutely no methodology for the placement of single-use pollution in our forests or on recreational trails with a view of studying the impacts it has on the flora and fauna over a period of time. So we've had to completely develop that ourselves. But just some of the things that we, Trash-Free Trails, have observed. Again, there's no other evidence around that I've seen, that especially peer-reviewed. So, for example, I'm making up terms as well now, and I'm trying to get them. So, call this a smothering effect. So that's Dovey Forest, 2022, and that was a Foster's bottle. It's come out of that imprint there. But I think that Foster bottle had been there since 2016 because I was finding lots of, which is when the RAC rally had passed through, because I was finding lots of stuff with 2016 dates on. This, John Bellis, are you here? Where are you? Yeah, we found this in Cannock Chase, and Neil, when we first met Neil, and Neil became, where's Neil? Neil became an A-teamer that day, and we call this terrariuming if I can say the word. All right, it's a new term. I'm going to try and get it out there. But yeah, so obviously this has been eaten in by animals, and then life has come and taken over. And again, you could argue whether that's a positive or a negative. Yeah, and then here is chew holes, so animal interaction with high energy foods. But it's crazy because even though we all know this, every single person in this room has probably seen that, but it's not down on peer-reviewed paper. And then some more of the upsetting impacts, you know. One big thing now, talk to the live stream. If you're, you know, talk to everyone in the room, we are partnered with Red Bull. And they support us financially, like many of our partners. But one thing we said to Red Bull during that process was that we wouldn't stop speaking about Red Bull litter. And they responded really positive to that, which I've never come across. So I really wanted to say official high five to Red Bull for that. And one thing as well is that it's a Red Bull can. And that's a Red Bull can with a dead mammal, small mammal of some kind. I'm not sure, I won't want to say. I think it's a mouse, but yeah, found in Idle Woods near Bradford in 2021. We regularly find dead animals or animal remains in Red Bull cans, in Monster cans, in Coke cans, all right? At least Red Bull are acknowledging there's a problem and allowing us to talk to their audience. So there, Oasis, Coca-Cola product. Why do Oasis have this wide bottle? It's the only one. But we find there's a different animal that couldn't get into the other ones. That's a vole, a water vole, 2020. This is the one that's never been seen before, or never recorded, is this mouse was found in the folds of a crisp packet that's folded up and discarded. And then this is the only peer-reviewed image, or image in of an animal dying, you know, kind of, well, it's not even terrestrial, really, is it? It's an aerial animal, I suppose. Someone will tell me the term for that, I hope. But after coming in contact with plastic pollution, and again, actually, it's a COVID mask. So that was a dead American robin in Chilliwack, BC, Canada, April 2020. So that's all I found in my literature review. So impacts, this is what we mean by impacts, flora, fauna, interaction, injury, mortality. Man, I am going over. Right, so yeah. This looks like artfully just that. I just didn't finish, and I thought, I'm going to get myself stressed out if I try and finish it, so I'll just say that out there, I have now placed, somewhere in the region of 30 items of single-use, this is one of those things where you're like, that doesn't refer to what you're talking about, single-use pollution in 5-meter plots, in 2 5-meter plots in three Welsh forests, which was an epic operation with NRW. I won't say your NRW like Andy last night. He got hammered. To get permission for that took a long time. It was about 6 months of wrangling to get permission to dump, as they kept using that word. And I was like, no, not dumping, to dump single-use pollution in those forests. But we got it. And firstly, the first thing we did is all of that stuff we found it in Welsh forests. So it was going to be there anyway. We just moved it. And we're now monitoring that monthly to see the impacts it has. So, you know, some of the things you saw there, sadly, we may come across that. And again, I want people pushed too, because we had a few challenges from people about, well, what if some animals die doing it? It's like, well, they are dying. We need to record it, and we need to, you know, we need to bring it to the fore and create unavoidable, unignorable evidence. So this time next year, last year we created a baseline study. This year I've got a 9,500 word literature review that you're welcome to read, but Tom Hill and Becky have condensed it, so you may as well read the condensed version. And next year I want to stand here and have a published paper that has some information on the impact that plastic pollution is having on our recreational trails, the places that we love, and the things that rely upon those places. So that's my pledge. And then from an academic point of view, and then from Trash-Free Trails point of view, again, never really said this out loud, is that this is a positive thing because we do believe we can create a change. So we believe we can create a sustained reduction in the amount of single-use pollution on our trails and wild places by 2030. And reconnect people with nature in a measurable way. We're not just saying that randomly. Rich knows and will and can how to measure that. Ask him about it. He'll tell us later on, right? But if we don't, if we haven't achieved that, if we don't look like we're going to achieve that, we'll step aside in 2030. Right? We're not just going to become an every year hamster wheel litter picking organization. We're here to make a difference or not. We're not here to self-justify, okay? So that's another thing I want to put to this room, is like, make progress. Let's not greenwash or greenwash ourselves or make pledges that we can't achieve. Let's make a pledge we can achieve, and let's bloody achieve it, and then hold ourselves to it kindly. And I suppose that is that apologies for going so far over, but I did a lot of work on this, and I just started talking. Yes, thanks for at least pretending to pay attention, and for everyone who's helped me and Trash Free Trails get to the point of putting a, oh dear. And I didn't think I could do a master's, so at least done 25% of it, so thank you very much. And I'll hand over to Becky, who's been one of the people who've helped me do it. So, Becky, go for it. Oh yeah, and that's one of the samples.
Hi, sorry. So, when I discover how you get to me, yeah? So I'm just going to be talking a little bit about the data. Can everyone hear okay? Is it? Yeah. That was in Dom's report. And basically turning it into the mushrooms that you can see. So starting with the what, this is just a bit of an overview of the data that we used to create these, the designs and that Dom based the report on. So there were 1,006 trail cleans, or there was 1,006 survey respondents for these trail cleans. I'm sure there were a lot more trail cleans, but we've got data for 1,006 of them. Of those, 58% were riders, and actually each of those dots, there's 1,006 dots as well, so each of those dots represent a group of people who have done a trail clean. 8% were carried out by runners, and that should be, say, 56% by roamers. Yeah, that's me with the slides. And then this is a little bit more of the data. You don't necessarily need to look at the numbers specifically, but this is the data that we used for the mushrooms themselves. So we've got the total trash that was collected on these trail cleans, the number of trail cleans occurred, and then the average time spent by each of these different groups, and the miles that were cleaned within these trail cleans. And I suppose the main thing about these is that each of these lines within that is showing the riders, the runners, and the roamers. And it's not one group that's dominating each of these things. You've got the runners that are doing more of the trail cleans, so 58% of that. But then you've got the roamers that are collecting more of the trash. And runners, generally, we haven't got as many. There was only 8% of data that we've got for runners, but they're still covering a lot of distance for the average miles. And they do it quicker, basically. They can run further in a shorter amount of time. So we've got all these different groups in this community that are bringing something different. So the why mushrooms, this was a conversation with Dom and Stan. It came out of that when we were talking about this year's summit and the data, and basically how the community Trash Free Trails is mimicking nature, and talking about mycelium networks, which Stan will talk about properly after, but basically it's saying about the root system below the forest floor, and these root systems are communicating and passing goodness, basically, I think, through the root systems. And when these root systems communicate effectively, the fruits of that are the mushrooms. So as an analogy for the Trash Free Trails, when the community and the trail riders are doing a job, and basically Trash Free Trails are creating these, organising these trail cleans and the A-teamers, the fruits or the mushrooms are the trail cleans themselves. So we just thought that we'll use that data about the trail cleans to create some mushrooms. So these are the three shapes or the mushrooms that we get from using data to create them. So everything's been split by these three groups: the riders, the runners, and the roamers. And first off, you can see that they're basically different shapes. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about how they're different shapes and what the data is doing to create those. So, sorry, now I can't read what it says on the slide. But so to start with, we're looking at the lines underneath the mushrooms. So you've also got pictures on the report as well that should be in front of you. And the takeaway thing is basically there's a lot of lines, and each of these lines is relating to 1 week where at least one trail clean took place. So basically there's been loads of work that's gone into this. The B is the height of the mushroom, which is the total trash collected. So again, when you look at the front of the report, you can see the different sizes of the mushrooms. And it's the roamers that are collecting the most trash, and so they've got really tall mushroom bed. And yeah, it's all really relating to the fact that these three groups are bringing different things to the table, different like positive things. The width of the base of the mushroom is looking at the total trail cleans, and again, they differ by each of these groups, so the mushrooms are coming out as different sizes. And actually, just to step back to the height of the mushroom as well, the shape is also the trend of the trash collected. So basically, the outline of the little shapes, you've got little sort of nodules on the edges of the mushroom, and that's things like the autumn, the Halloween trail cleans and the spring trail cleans, where you've got like a burst of activity happening, and this is affecting basically, how the mushrooms are developing. And then the stalk is split into two sides, so they've got like a curl to them, and basically it's because one side is looking at the average time spent, and the other one's average distance covered. So the first one is average distance covered, and then the second side, which should say right side, is the average time spent. So basically, the shapes of these can tell us a little bit about the data without it just being about bar charts and hopefully something that you'll remember, or at least take away that the mushrooms are different sizes. So the riders, biggest overall because there's more riders within the community than any other. They are they're conducting more trail cleans than any of the other groups. They're spending a lot of time doing it and collecting a lot of trash. The runners is the smallest group just because there's less runners as part of the community. But actually, when you look at the data, one of the interesting things is that the runners seem to work in bigger groups. So I think the largest number of riders that we've got data for is about 35 riders in a group, whereas there's a trail clean with the runners where by 63 people came along. So when you think about the effect that that's having, and that the fact that that 8% is relating to one form, and so on these forms there's like 63 runners, which is, it's just showing the power of these different sort of communities coming together. And then finally the roamers, which is the tallest mushroom because they're collecting the most trash. So there's just repeating the point really that they all bring in something different and something positive, and it's because of this collective community that there's so many different positive outcomes. So as a final thing, going back to the why, sort of said about the why the mushrooms, because it links to this mycelium network and the work that Stan and Dom are going to be talking about a little bit more later. But really the main why is this 2,261 is the total hours of trail cleans. So by the volunteers, it's 2,261 hours that people have basically given up their own time for. And that's not including the work for Treasury Trails, of organising these, and the A-teamers for organising them and promoting it, or the time of these volunteers who are submitting this data. So like that equates to just under 4 months of somebody working 24 hours non-stop. And so if the bike should have shown you the mushrooms compared to the bar charts that we looked at to start with, which I'm not sure how much of that you remember in terms of the differences, but the mushrooms are quite stark. It's showing what's going on within this community, that actually if we can do a little bit of justice to all the volunteer hours, and actually that makes or has a positive impact with what we act on today, then hopefully that's worth doing. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Becky. And now we're going to hand over to Meredith from CGG, who's going to talk to us all about indexing microplastics.
That side. Hi. So I'm from CGG. So it's a quick 15-minute presentation about microplastic indexing. So this links a lot to Dom's work, and that's what we're going to be working together with his samples. So just quickly, for me, just a quick hello. So my background, I have a Master of Geology in Geology from the University of Leicester. So it was an undergraduate master's degree. And I started at CGG in November last year. And I'm currently working with the R&D and environmental team to working on microplastic separation and working on some new methods, which is hopefully going to be published at some point soon. So keep your eyes out for it. So just quickly, why do I care about looking into microplastics themselves? So as Dom was talking about, the blue planet effect, so I started looking into them with my master's research on corals from the Mozambique Channel. And my master's thesis supervisor asked if I could look into some effects of microplastics on corals, which I was quite happy to do. And so I did a quick literature review on the microplastics. And you can see from this paper, this is from 2015. Ooh, sorry. Oh, I'm going ahead now. And you can see from this paper from 2015, like shavings of polypropylene in the corals. And you can see how you can get necrosis of corals and how they are affected by our pollution, especially in areas like, Great Barrier Reef and other areas. So seeing the effects of plastics on these corals, it was really important to me to understand, where does this plastic come from? And it's quite a wide outlook to have it on big areas like, as I said, the Great Barrier Reef. But, how does the plastic affect our environments closer to home? So that's why it's really important to do this research. So, CGG, so traditionally it's an energy and natural resource sector, but we're moving into more environmental challenges for a sustainable future. So we're looking into identifying and extracting microplastics from samples, so the soil samples as well as coastal samples, amongst other environmental projects. So this is just a quick overview of the workflow that we're going to go through. So starting off with sample collection. So this is what Dom's been doing. So this is an example of what we did at the Conway Estuary. So we select sites and collect along each site, and making sure to collect with each sample being as plastic free as possible. So collecting with metal trowels and put them into aluminium foil bags. And also making sure if you do use plastic to make sure you record what type of plastic so you can exclude them from your studies. Sorry, we're going to get into some data, but I promised I'll go through it quickly. So this is one of the main methods we use for screening samples. It's the ChemScan screening method. So this is traditionally a mineralogy used method to detect the mineralogy of rock samples, but we've altered our method into detecting plastics. So you can see on the screen, this is from Snowdonia, is this one, and the one in bright pink is from the Summit site, which Dom has talked about being especially polluted. So yeah, you can see the big pink angular fractions on there. That's the plastics. And this is a really important method to be using because you can tell the size of the plastics, the amount of plastics, and the angularity of plastics, which is really important to understanding how these break down and the original site of plastic pollution. So yeah, and then after that we use a micro FTIR, which is a method of bombarding with electrons, and you get a little vibration from the material, and it identifies the chemical structure. So we can use our ChemScan blocks and can identify whether it's plastic or not. So that's one way, but we work with our partners elsewhere to do this. And this is the project that I've been working on along with the R&D team. So this is looking into microplastic separation. So we're currently using 2 different methods of separation. So it's density and oil-based separation. So density, we're using sodium iodide, which has a density of about 1.7 grams per milliliter, which is a lot higher density than most plastics. So when you put them into solution, most of the plastics will float and the surrounding matter will sink. And then we use our unit, you can see there, to separate the matrix from the plastics. And you can pour them out and then they get separated in a vacuum separation funnel. And the same sort of method with the oil method, except that the plastics are attracted to the oil. So they float in the oil and get captured in that layer. And the surrounding material won't and will sink down. And then you can separate them out in the same way. So this is just a quick, we had to do a separation experiment to quantify the process in our own labs, because at the moment with plastic separation, there's not a tied methodology, there's not a single standard method. So to make sure we had a standard method, at least for our labs, we had to run these experiments. So these are different plastics we used in our experiments. So we make sure to use a wide variety of plastics and to make sure to use particles as well as fibers, because they have different interactions with separation and fluids. So quickly, very quickly, this is our point of data. So we can see really clearly, we use 10 pieces of plastic in each experiment, and on average, we get 9.7 pieces of plastic back, so that's 97% recovery, which is really good, because most of the papers I've read have about 50 to 80, maybe about 95% recovery. So this is really excellent news. It means that most, if not all, plastics are going to be recovered in the methods we use in our labs, which is excellent. So yeah, it's just a quick graph just to show that. So yeah, so once we've gotten past making sure we found out where there's plastics, we've identified the plastics, we know where which samples are the most polluted. This is another method to understand the textural surface of plastics. So this is to identify whether there's been any alteration of plastics, because they are carriers of metals and other pollutants such as that. So we can use this to identify whether that on the surface. And then this is a method we're looking into as well. It's fluorescence imaging. So we use this dye called Nile red, which is used a lot in biology, and it adheres to surfaces that have like a fatty acid. So most plastics have this chain, but as well as you can tell, most organic matter will. So we have to digest the samples first. So that's using like peroxide and Fenton's reagent, and to break down the organic matters. But once we've done that, we can get these really clear, nice images of plastic particles that fluoresce under UV light. So this is another screening method we're using. And different plastics will fluoresce different colors, so it's another way to identify them as well. And then from all of this data together, we can then pull together an index map from all of this data. So this is from Snowdonia, and you can see around the station summit, which is this number 5. It's where all the plastics are accumulating and surrounding areas where it's less popular to go walking or to get to. There's less plastics around, but there are still plastics. So we can use this to suggest strategies. So you can put more bins around, for example, or put more signage around to lower plastic pollution around these areas. So working with trash-free trails. So what's really important for microplastic pollution is we need to show evidence of it. That's an important point that Dom was making with his research, is that there's not a lot of evidence for terrestrial pollution. So it's working together with loads of different sectors such as CDG, academics, with this company here. We need to everyone group together to produce this evidence to make sure people take this seriously, because it is a serious problem and it's not going to go away by itself. It's only going to get worse. So if we look into the problems of terrestrial microplastic pollution, because plastics in the oceans, they come from terrestrial plastic. Most of them come from terrestrial plastic pollution. So if we solve the problems of terrestrial plastic pollution on land, then we inevitably solve the problems elsewhere. So we need to produce such evidence about microplastics in woodlands, around rivers, etc. like that, to help everywhere else. So this is thank you to everyone who's worked on the project. So these are our technical teams, and thank you.
Well, I'm going to double mic. So we're going to do some questions at the end of the session as a group. And just a couple of follow-ons to that really is that final point you made about most of the plastic comes from land. One thing I did say last year, but I will reiterate, is that the estimate suggests 4 to 23 times more plastic pollution is escaping into and remaining in terrestrial ecosystems than ocean. And does anyone know off the top of their head the estimate for how many tons of plastic pollution enter the oceans each year? 8 to 10 million tons of plastic pollution into the oceans each year. So if the top estimate of that times that by 23, that's how much is escaping into terrestrial ecosystems. And we don't really know much about it other than agricultural sense. So I'm going to keep this a little bit of a mystery because it's international man mystery that he is. It's a term called semiotics that kind of is both interesting and baffling in wonderful equal measure. But it's I think it will become clear why we think it might be really important. And really the title of this would be, can we create a brand for the environment? So I'll leave it there and introduce Professor Nathan Abrams from Bangor University. It's a muted applause. Give it a big one. And just remind myself, actually, and Nathan, if we can, make sure we speak to the guys in the live stream as well, because there we go.
Yeah, you're right. No one sounded excited for me, Dom, except you. Right, this should advance it, right? There we go. And you got my name right, fantastic. That's usually the first problem. Okay, I'm new to this whole scene. If this is a disaster, blame Dom. This is Dom's suggestion. I think you likened me to a bouncer at some point. I'm not sure what that's about. But one connection I will make, to what you said and to the previous slide. That previous slide looked very much like a previous presentation. The one with the planet, sun, looked very much like something from 2001. And I'm very much into Stanley Kubrick, which has sort of what I'm going to explain, but has nothing to do with what we're doing today. And the other thing, Dom, you'll like this. One of my nicknames is Goat. And not because it's greatest of all time. But we can have that conversation later. Okay, so apologies for the absolutely horrendously horrendous. I'm really unfamiliar with Google Slides, so I just put this together very quickly, and it looks horrible, but I think it sums up. So, it's here. That's great. Just noticed that. It's better than the uni. This is the uni, but not a bit I've ever been in. Anyway, right, so I don't even know why that's funny. All right, so let me talk a bit about what we've been doing together, where we've been, and for the last 6 months. I think it's been 6 months, 6 months, and where we're hopefully going to go. So what am I doing here? How did I get here? I'm just going to take you on my little personal journey as quickly as I can. I'm a historian who teaches film down the road at Bangor University. What do I know about solving the energy drink single-use plastic pollution problem? Not a lot. You probably know far more than me. But as I've written up there, well, here's the thing. It's about approach. I think one of the key things I've learned as an academic, you spat that word out so many times, Dom. I could have played bingo. So hopefully I'll change his mind about academics. I stuck Blade Runner in there because we just did a conference on Blade Runner, and Dom said there will be lots of people here who will like that. Okay? Right, so that's why I put that in there. Huh? But I'm happy to talk about Blade Runner. Actually, it symbolizes the approach that I like to go with, which is the approach that we're going with here is you don't all need to be an expert to work on a team. And in fact, you know, too much at university, you think, well, I've got to talk to the other person who also does what I do. And that can work. But also, I think what's been really successful in our project is some people know some stuff and some people know some other stuff, but we don't all know the same stuff. And that's what's really been, I think, really working. And the other thing, enthusiasm. So I think when I talk about ease, I made a joke at university about ease, and there was silence. And I was like, oh, come on. We've all been at uni. So anyway, I'll move on. There's a bit more laughter here. You know, people focus on expertise, and I think actually enthusiasm is the most important E that I've come across. And one of the pleasures of working in the team that we put together at Bangor that featured Dom was the enthusiasm of everyone involved. Okay, so where's the approach? So what I really look at is culture and the values it projects, consciously or otherwise, and how we can read them. So products can often, or anything really, I'm looking around, that this is the first time I've been at an academic event and felt overdressed. I'd really wish I'd got the memo on shorts and a t-shirt. I usually turn up in a shorts and a t-shirt, and this was my concession because I'm speaking, and I realize I've made an error. So thanks, Dom. I blame you for everything. I'd asked him for a t-shirt at least. Anyway, so again, the dress thing's important because it's projecting values. You know, we're reading people by what they're wearing, how they're wearing it, that sort of thing. And we're making these snap judgments. And often with dress, we are making conscious choices, but often we're projecting things that are unconscious. So this is what I'm really interested in and how we applied it to this project. This is known as semiotics. That's the really simple idiot's guide to semiotics. Forgive me if I've dumbed this down too much. That's all I want to say. So what was the journey using the semiotics from film to bottle? Anyone know what film that's from? Just thought it was so appropriate. Well done, The Graduate. So it just occurred to me as I was putting this together. I want to say one word to you, plastic. So this is a film that puts the two together. This is in 1967, so how prophetic that would be. Basically, what started me on this journey was I'm not particularly interested. I mean, I am. I use it. I consume it. I throw it away responsibly. In the actual stuff of plastics, you know, polymers, all this sort of thing. It would be above my head. But I did attend a plastic centre, Wales Research Centre. Plastic Wales Research Centre, that's its technical term. This was a meeting chaired by one of our team, Christian Dunn. And everyone was talking about the stuff of plastics and the kind of things that we've been talking about today. And I said, look, this is going to be really left field, but a lot of what I look at is the representation of plastics. So take any Pixar movie, for example, and plastics are being represented. And I'm really interested in pursuing what the impact and influence that might be on a whole generation of kids and parents who watch these movies. So, and also there is the side issue of a lot of this stuff is made into plastic and distributed, pre-streaming, you know, DVDs, plastic case covers, this kind of thing. So I said, look, I'll be willing to collaborate with anyone who wants to come at this from left field, which is I don't look at the stuff itself, but I look at the representation of the stuff. So I've written about Toy Story and Transformers, and obviously these things are all not in the movie itself, but made into plastic. So what could be the link between those movies and that stuff? Now, we haven't done that project yet, so if anyone wants to, it's out there for the grabbing. So serendipitously or providentially, depending on where you come from in life, There's a proper name of it there. This led to a small group of us, self-selected group, forming a team that was successful in receiving UKRI, UK Research and Innovation funding for that project to look at the, we didn't look at the impact of face masks, but this was in the midst of the pandemic when we wrote the bid. We wanted people to A, wear masks, and B, wear sustainable masks. So, you know, obviously everything's changed now. So what we want to now look at, and I'm glad you included that slide, Dom, of the mask earlier, was what's the impact of people throwing away their masks at the precise point that we don't need them anymore. We got them in our pockets. If we've had them, what are we going to do with them? And actually, this is an area that, as far as we can tell, is untouched, certainly by pretty much by the media, and therefore probably not yet academic research, because academics are much slower in than the media. So from face masks, we moved on to get this project at university, which was internal funding, the NERC, what's the Natural Environmental Research Council. We put this team together. Dom's part of it. It's formed of scientists, academics, and Dom. It's just for you there. Who's now part academic, tough. Half of us come from arts and humanities and social sciences. So disciplines like business, for example, branding. And this led to the Lucozade Litter project. And here's the, this was the working premise, that the current anti-littering messaging is not working. Another approach is needed, shared responsibility. I should explain that my interest in all this is, and on this project is, I mean, it sounds completely arrogant, but I'm going to say it anyway, is that we believe that we could message better for these things than what the current UK government is doing, or we could at least help recommend it. So for one example, on the mask project, the general pictogram, so pictogram being that, you know, see the T-Bach, the little thing you get on a toilet door, which is a really interesting use of visuals in this building, which is actually unlike anywhere else in the university. The widespread pictogram for wearing a mask is a single-use mask. Okay, so they haven't really thought that through in terms of environmental impact, which means if you're going to encourage people to wear a mask, unconsciously somewhere in there, you're encouraging them to wear a single-use mask. And so that's one of the things I mean, it sounds so simple in a sense. You spent all this money just to find that out, kind of. But that's one of the things that in the future we would need to change if we're going to be successful on this. So so messaging and values is my approach to this project. So what Dom and those he's working with at uni, Christian and Martin, brought with this is that this message isn't worked, and at the beginning we came with the idea that we needed shared responsibility. And Don taught me a lot about the invention of the term litterbug. I never knew that was a way of companies shifting responsibility onto the consumer so they don't have to take responsibility. But, you know, we were like, well, it's just a to and fro thing. It's our fault. No, it's your fault. No, it's our fault. No, it's your fault. No, it's their fault. It's no one's fault. It's just a back and forth thing. So we came up with the idea, and Don said it before, about working with people for shared responsibility. We focused on Lucozade because that was found to be the most common littered item, branded littered item up here in the kinds of places where they were doing the litter trails, which led to interesting conversations. So what I bring to this is, how does semiotics apply to Lucozade? I don't know. You know when you use Google Slides and you're just lazy and you find their chosen image? That's what it came up with. So we could now have a session analyzing that mug, church and culture. I'd really... And was that a donkey? Well, this is the kind of thing I'm interested in. But one of the things that's really interesting about Lucozade is a lot of work has been put into, firstly, the bottle design. Yep, shape of bottle, look of bottle, and then particularly, you know, whether it's recyclable or not, that's another issue, but particularly the sleeve, you know, the design on the sleeve. And they've spent a lot of money designing and putting the colors on those bottles. We could do a whole session on this. But just to take a few takeaways, those of us who are, I mean, I hate the stuff, so I never drank it. But if you're older, you'll remember this is what you drank when you're unwell. I think younger people still drink it when they're unwell, and that was deliberate. That came out of, and here's a few things that Glucosade is the name is glucose plus aid. Okay, so glucose is there to help you get better, and they made Lucozade. But then they made a conscious brand redesign to turn it into Lucozade Energy. So they've moved away from this is something you drink when you're ill to this is something you drink when you're roaming, riding, and what was your third R? Roaming, riding, and running. Thank you. See, such a fish out of water here. And yeah, so this is one of the things that the branding, why Lucozade? I mean, the conversations we had in the group, and I suppose you know better than me, is that real professionals apparently don't drink the stuff. I don't know, is anyone here going to admit to drinking it? Is that a question I can ask? Yeah? So a firm minority, right? So obviously there's a connection between the sorts of people that drink that, the littering, and then the messages that Lucozade is sending out to those people. And we could go into much more detailed discussion about the colors, the shape of the letters, and how this brings in lots of things unconsciously. Some of their bottles invoke Star Wars, right? Whether you know that or not. I'll try and find a link to Blade Runner for you. So one way we came up with in the group is imagine a warning style label on the bottle, like we might have for tobacco. Hopefully, can you read all that? Failing to dispose of plastic drinks bottles causes death to wildlife. So this is a mock-up done by a member of the Trash Free Sales team. Thank you. Are they here? Yeah, thank you, Ellie. So this could be one way. Could we put a label on there to warn people off? But I've come on a journey in this project. So at the beginning of this, I thought, right, yeah, it's shared responsibility. I mean, I generally think, it's my own personal view, I tend to blame the company, right? That's my personal disclaimer. And there's also the individual responsibility for dropping the thing. But I've come to think what we need to do is using semiotics is take the companies on at their own game. They at point of sale. So they spend a lot of money. They spend a lot of money getting us to buy the product, right? I think at the point that we've bought the thing, it's another step then to get us to drop the thing, to not drop the thing or to dispose of it responsibility. But I think we need to take it back to that first stage, which is, can we beat them at their own game? The question is, who's going to pay for it at point of sale? So that if you do go into your local shop or supermarket and you're about to buy this, rather than having the message of please don't, please dispose of it responsibly, please don't litter, that actually get people not to buy it at that point by branding for the environment at that point. So the project that hopefully we're going to put together and get some money is to consider how can we brand for the environment? How can we take on the products at their own game? And so that's the sort of left field way I'm thinking of this as a result of working with Dom for the last 6 months. So thank you very much for that. Thanks for having me. Diolch yn fawr iawn, and I hope that was coherent. Back to the host.
Great, thanks so much to all of our fabulous speakers. If I could have you all back up here. We'll just have time for a short Q&A and then we'll take a 10-minute break. So, any plastic nerds, data nerds with some burning questions?
We talked about this a little bit on the phone, Nathan and Dom, about the idea of branding for the environment being really exciting and something we should be able to do. Actually, it might not be that difficult, and I just wondered if in the room and in this group whether we've got any ideas about what that might look like. Because what I've been thinking about is you see adverts for North Wales, you see adverts for Tunisia or whatever on the telly, but that's not an advert for the environment. So I mean, obviously we're not going to solve it now, but is there anything just initially that we can think of, like what might that look like? Is it a billboard? Is it a sticker, or is it the label on the bottles that you've talked about already?
Well, I think it's I hate this term. One of my students keeps using it, a multimodal approach. So all of those things. I mean, if we're gonna be serious about this, I think we have to do what they do. So if you're advertising Lucozade, it's TV ads, it's posters, it's the bottle. I mean, yeah, some of the research that we've done, and again, this is very embryonic, is there are, you know, especially abroad, different logos now for the environment, whether it's environmental safe, and you might have a turtle, or you know, dolphin friendly, think of that kind of thing, is I suppose one consistent message. So the environment is the brand that then we spread out over multiple data points. Sorry, I've been listening too much. I'm using your language now. I don't say things like data points. But, you know, multiple places. I think because you've got to have that. I think the only really successful thing to do is, I mean, this is where I've come from on this discussion. I might be wrong in this. Is, as I said, take them on their own game. So we have to meet them on every front, whoever the them are. But the thing is, who's going to pay for it? That's the key thing. Is where's the money to have the environment as the product? I mean, obviously behind Lucozade is Suntory. They're putting the money and paying like people like me who do this for a living, semiotics for a living, to come up with this stuff to better sell it. So can we harness that? I mean, we probably don't even need to pay people to think about the semiotic stuff. Like I would do it for free. I just gotta find it interesting. So so yeah. And sorry, I'll keep it short in case.
I only want a minuscule add to that, because I want to make it. I want to also do an for it to be aspirational. You keep waving your hands at me. To make it aspirational. So in other words, you know, let's not let, you know, that's what they're doing, aren't they? Nike, they want you to be part of their family, you know, to think of them that way. So let's make the environment the thing that you want to be part of, that you want to protect and love and feel part of. That's the thing. Is like say, yes, we'll take them on their own game, but they're creating positive feelings in us, good feelings. Let's use that as well. So that's just my a mini addition to this.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks to all of you for sharing all that. Super interesting. Really interested in the nature of the messaging within this new story for our community. Whether it's, I don't know if it's an unhelpful division. Is it more the sort of stick than the carrot? Is it calling out these brands and the actions in a more kind of provocative kind of way, or is it also, like you just said, Dom, playing the same game of trying to create community and bring people in a more positive way, engage in not just your responsibility, but your possibility of doing good as well. So interested in that, if there's any evidence in where you take the messaging and what has the most effect.
I should be clear, I wasn't criticizing any current messaging by groups like Trash Free Trails. That was with the Mars project. I was very clear that you know, we think the messaging is wrong, and therefore the message. Here, we haven't come up with the solutions yet. It's just a way to think about it, to go forward, to take that power. So the discussions we had is to move it away from blame. So it wouldn't be talks of carrot or stick. I mean, you know, I'm going to waver a bit here on this one because we haven't gone as far to think about, you know, coming up with what the logo might be would be one thing, and then the messaging underneath that would be the second thing. And one of the ways that we're thinking of doing this as a trial project is to take what we did with Lucozade Litter, which is mainly about dissemination, about spreading what we're doing, whereas we've done all the research for the Mars project, but haven't done any dissemination, is taking the methods of dissemination, applying it to the research of how can we dispose of Mars responsibly. How can we encourage people to do that? I mean, obviously we didn't get the grant soon enough to prevent people from buying them in the first place, and that's really what we should have done. Was discourage the use of single-use masks in the first place. So it's that intervention I think I'm talking about making. Once someone's bought the thing, that's kind of where Trash Free Trails and others come in, is I've said this is, you know, and I'm not saying I'm right, this is the thinking I'm going with as a result of this project. Well, let's try and make the intervention before they've bought the thing, you know, before we've got that. You know, that to me that would be, you know, if I went into the shop, that that's where I make the choice. Then we've got another issue, and that's the same with masks. Once someone's dropped the mask, we have to collect it safely, because there's a perception of biohazard. But then secondly, what do we do with the thing, the whole recycling of the mask? There's so many different opinions on that now. We haven't got a consistent message on what you actually do with the thing and whether we can recycle the mask. So that also overlaps with this, obviously, because an intervention needs to be made there too. So don't buy the mask, ideally, and once you've got it, and what do you do with it if you don't want it anymore? Or just hang on to it forever. I don't know what the consequences of that would be. I haven't really thought that one through.
Because this happens in the meetings. I sit there and I have an idea based on what Nathan's saying, and it's another "and" for me, is that it's neither carrot nor stick. That's the thing. Because that's the same thing. We're talking about back and forth, polarization, back and forth, blame, carrot, stick, your fault, my fault. Actually, Coca-Cola don't do carrot or stick. You actually really know what they're doing, but suddenly Santa Claus is red, not green anymore. Do you know that kind of stuff? So that's what we're proposing, really. You look back in 25 years' time. I don't buy Coca-Cola anymore because I started loving this more. I wasn't told not to buy it. Actively, I was guided there by some people who are using some very, very, Coca-Cola, last time I looked at it, spent $1 billion a year on advertising, $1 billion. And then many people in this room as well, and I have conversations with them, and I respect your opinion, and we'll say it's completely the litterer's fault, sole responsibility. Yet Coca-Cola make 200,000 plastic bottles a second, and do they spend any of their $1 billion on not littering? Probably, maybe less than 1%. So they got no responsibility in the life cycle of that product. It's purely on the consumer. I don't know. So for me, when I've already disappeared down a rabbit hole there of blame. So actually, let's not do that at all. Let's sneaky catchy monkey.
Sorry, he's just got me thinking. I think so. The next thing is let's make Santa green again. I love that. That's the way. But the interesting about semiotics is, and how we have to think about this, is what is it essentially that people are buying when they buy Coca-Cola? They're buying, a sticky, sweet brown liquid, right? If I said buy sticky, sweet brown liquid, that could mean, yeah, don't give them more ideas. It could be more successful. But what they're selling is it's not that they're selling, right? This. It's the same with tea. When we're buying tea, we're one of the things we're buying Britishness or whatnot. It's taking those messages and applying it. And I think that's what your question's is whether it's community, whether it's inclusiveness, is coming up with the clever thing that how do we sell all of that? It could be green, how do we sell sticky brown liquid really successfully? And when we're buying water, what are we buying? A bottle. They're selling us a bottle. That's even cleverer marketing. How do they use that clever marketing to get us to buy a bottle? Because really, what's in the bottle? The same thing we can get from the tap. We can't get Coke from the tap. So that's where we want to go with this. But, I think it needs a lot more minds than just mine, because I'm not a semiotician out there to put this together. I've said enough.
Just had a quick plastic question. Was there any comparative samples taken outside of the, roamer, rambler, running kind of areas to sort of see whether or not we're seeing them in elevated quantities on the trails versus, say, other parts of the natural environment or other parts just, around? Like, is it as bad as like a city, or is it worse, or, is there any comparative studies that are being done on that?
There will be studies in in terrestrial environments. So there's a lot of studies for plastics in rivers and so the surrounding areas around rivers. So we did a study around Conway Estuary to look at the plastic pollution there. There's more plastic. The papers that I've read tend to be mostly on the effects of plastic pollution within lab studies. So there are comparable studies out there, but a lot of the problem is why it's really important that Dom's doing this research is a lot of the studies out there are lab studies. So the plastics are fresh, so they don't have any of the degradation that you get in the environment. And as you say, like looking at the weather outside, it's highly variable outside, which is more controlled inside a lab. So yeah, it's an interesting question, because it's just something that we need to do more of, but there are some.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone, and thanks to our fantastic series of speakers. Let's give them a round of applause. So we're going to take a short comfort break, and then we will come back and all go on a purposeful adventure together. Anything else to say? Yeah, you can have a cup of tea and coffee. Should we say back here at 22? So I'll give you 10 minutes. Okay, while some people are just grabbing their coffees, before we formally start the Purposeful Adventure session, can we all give a little wave to the people watching at home? Hello! We miss you. We wish you were here. Thanks for being with us in spirit. Right, so we've got Rich. Right, so Purposeful Adventure. We've been talking a lot about some of these different golden threads that are running through the weekend and today. Those of us who are a little bit bleary-eyed and midge-bitten, it's because we've been in a field, a beautiful field, for the last couple of days at the first Purposeful Adventure Festival. And this is sort of like a golden thread, or to take the fungal analogy, a golden hypha that is kind of expanding, and we're going to focus in on a little bit on that in this session. So at Trash Free Trails, that we believe that purposeful adventure is where our ideas and creativity come from, that the awe and wonder of the natural world is a source of the ideas and connections. We also believe that it's no longer enough to leave no trace. We have to strive to leave a positive trace on the people and the places that we interact with when we're adventuring. So this session is all about inspiring and equipping people to purposefully adventure in their own way. And so our first speaker is somebody who knows an awful lot about this. So I'm going to welcome up to the stage Dr. Emma Pope, who is a doctor of transformational adventure tourism. She is somebody who is personally and professionally connected with nature. Thanks so much for coming to speak to us, Emma.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for having me. It's really awesome to be here. And yeah, today I'm going to talk a little bit about connection with nature through adventure. And importantly, as we've started talking about so far today, how we can convert this kind of love of place, love of our adventures, with that care for those environments as well, so that they kind of transcend the boundaries of just that trail or that mountain or wherever it might be, and we can walk all that, or ride or roam or run back into our everyday lives as well. So Rich and Dom asked me to talk a little bit about my why. I've never done this before, so it's quite a nice thing to do, and I've kicked it off with a really embarrassing photo as well. But essentially, I think I've kind of had this connection with nature for kind of as long as I can remember, even if I didn't know what that was or I wasn't that aware of it. I look pretty happy in that field there. The middle photo, if we fast forward quite a lot, is me at Stanage in the Peak District National Park. So just rewind a little bit, actually. So when I was trying to make decisions around university and what I wanted to go into, I was completely lost. And it took a gap year and a couple of online what should I do as a career quizzes to kind of start realizing I could do something that I'd always been passionate about, that provided me with kind of all my kind of meaningful moments up to that point. So that was very much around tourism and place and sustainability. So my undergraduate dissertation was looking at place attachment, place symbolism, so how the places that we go to for recreation can convert to care for those environments. And I was looking at kind of voluntary income schemes as a means of doing that. So that's really where my kind of passion for sustainable tourism, nature connection, all those kind of things came to. And I think that's probably quite not so succinctly my why, so that we can have these kind of really profound, meaningful experiences. And how do we tie that to recognition of the place that nature has in our lives? And that'd be a very organic way of protecting it. Over on the right there, that's just me on an adventure. Just kind of recognizing how those spaces have given me increased confidence in the outdoors and within myself as well. So my kind of academic and professional and personal journeys are quite intertwined. Which led me to doing this, which is actually my PhD data collection, which was a good decision. That was pretty awesome. So I'll whiz through the focus of my PhD quite quickly, if possible. So it's very much looking at the idea of tourism as a means of transformation. So how it can provide kind of really profound changes within us, kind of big or small. And I was really looking at nature as the setting for that transformation to occur. But I wanted to lead it away from solely that kind of personal transformation, so like going on a gap year and finding yourself, which is obviously really important, but how we can then use that for a force for good as well, and how it can transform our relationship with nature and the settings that those moments occur in. I'll whiz through this. So my PhD research was looking particularly at coast-steering and kayaking, but as I go through today, I think a lot of these discussions are applicable to different adventures, and it's something I want to look at going forward as well. So some of the key things to come out was this idea of authentic interactions, so that being between the tourist, the visitor, and the guide as well, and that not just being around kind of safety or knowledge of the area, but really about that kind of authentic character, that sense of reassurance, and how this sense of negative emotions such as like fear can be overcome with the help of those interactions and become something really positive in terms of like personal growth, accomplishment, that kind of thing. The idea of togetherness, so the people we embark on these adventures in, and realizing it's not only beneficial to us, but kind of the satisfaction of seeing other people benefit from those environments and those experiences. The idea of slow and fast adventure, which I'll skip over now because I'm going to talk a little bit later about that. Adventure providing different activities. So I really like the mushroom data visualization from earlier, and thought it's kind of similar to thinking different activities give us different perspectives on ourselves, but also the landscape that it's happening in as well. And then finally, love for nature as kind of the narrative that binds all this together. So loving what it provides us, and then wanting to give something back as well. So something I looked at fairly early on in my PhD literature review was the idea of having an elective centre. So Cohen, quite a while ago now, but I still think it's quite relevant, came up with the idea that there's different modes of tourist experiences, so different reasons why we embark on those kind of experiences. At one end, this recreational mode, so the idea that we're just seeking fun, excitement, escapism, and right at the other end is this existential mode, and that's where this elective centre comes in. And he spoke about how those tourists have two worlds, so they have their everyday, and then they have their elective centre that provides that sense of meaning and that sustenance which is lacking in the everyday. So I look a bit like this. So going from your everyday, I try to use diagrams to make it slightly more interesting. Hopefully it translates. And going to the mountains or the trail or wherever it might be and getting that sustenance, that meaning, that sense of purpose. But then I started to think, well, that's great, but surely the potential of those experiences are missed if you're just kind of relying on going to them and experiencing it, and you're not taking it back into the everyday, which would look a bit like this. So one of the ways I began exploring this and the benefits that we gained from those places was looking at different forms of well-being. And there's two kind of perspectives of this. So hedonic well-being, which is that kind of maximum enjoyment, quite short-lived, would fit into that recreational mode that I just spoke about. And then eudaimonic well-being, which is much longer lasting, centered around things such as feeling inspired, feeling that you've got a purpose, senses of gratitude, and those can extend beyond the individual. So the well-being doesn't just benefit you, but it inspires you to kind of share that sense of well-being. Excuse me. And studies have shown that the combination of both of those forms of well-being have kind of the longest lasting benefits. And I think adventure is really well placed for that. So we get that excitement, that thrill, but also provides us with a chance to sort of improve ourselves and immerse ourselves in nature. And that's where kind of nature connection comes into this. And this became the bridge across those personal well-being benefits and conversations around pro-environmental behavior, sustainability. As this quote at the bottom says here, it's around this sense of oneness that we have with the natural world. And what's quite important here is, in order to create this sense of nature connection that provides those benefits. It's not just about the amount of time that we spend in nature, objectively. It's about what happens when we're there. So how can we encourage that connection to happen so that we foster those benefits for people and nature? And Perkins at the bottom here describes that it's clear recognition of nature's intrinsic value, therefore leading to a kind of innate sense of wanting to protect it from harm. So quite different to narratives around kind of wanting to behave sustainably because of guilt or whatever it might be. Or a happy path to sustainability would be another nice way of looking at it. And so one of the things that really struck me when I was doing my research was Schultz's idea of inclusion of nature in the self. And this is how far we see nature kind of as part of our identity, as part of our value system, a part of our behaviors. I've not got enough hands, but essentially he created 7 sets of circles. So at one end, 2 circles to represent self and nature, and they're completely separate, so it shows a complete kind of disconnect. And then right at the other end, they gradually get closer and closer, until right at the other end, it's just one circle. So self and nature are kind of completely intertwined. Which, hopefully, stay with me, hopefully this would look a bit like this. So the connection with nature that we feel in those environments, because we've developed that connection and nature's all around us, we can take back home, back into the everyday, and we can find those moments of meaning and all those kind of benefits nature gives us back at home as well. Another way of looking at it might be if we think of like personal well-being benefits and we think of Maslow's hierarchy of needs and that kind of self-actualization right at the top. So finding our own potential, finding our purpose, feeling authentic. How might we begin to realize the importance of having environmental actualization at the top as well? So realizing what nature gives us and the importance of protecting it. And I think they don't have to be 2 separate entities. We can kind of realize how intertwined those 2 things are. So in terms of kind of doing all of that on the ground and how you might weave opportunities for nature connection into adventure, these 5 pathways to nature connection have been developed, which demonstrate that if you kind of provide opportunity to engage in those 5 pathways, the chance of nature connection forming is higher. So beauty, so taking time to recognize the aesthetics of the landscape and the beauty of nature. Contact, around kind of engaging the senses when we're out and about. Emotion, so recognizing the positive feelings that nature provides to us. Meaning, how we begin to recognize the role that nature has in our lives and how we might express that in whatever way. And compassion, which is very much around this kind of purposeful adventure idea. So what can we give back to nature when we're out doing all this other stuff that benefits us? And I think the key thing here is, how do we create moments for that to happen? So how do we embed that kind of quite naturally into our adventures and adventures for other people, and provide space for meaning making? So making sure we're not just having a busy day and then going back home, but we're reflecting on it and encouraging space for meaning making and reflection for other people. And one way of doing this, as I mentioned earlier, is this idea of slow adventure. So in my research, coasteering was kind of a really nice way of merging this kind of fast and slow adventure. So amongst like kind of the thrill of the jumps or whatever it might be, those moments to sort of pause, float around, taste some seaweed, so engage the senses, kind of focus in on all the noises of nature around. And that contrast between fast and slow adventure was kind of quite powerful for people. And again, not have to be separate entities, but how do we find time for moments of stillness and connection on those busy and fast days? And as it says here, around this idea of meaningful interactions and immersion in nature. That's me having a paddle in my local river recently, which was really nice, and didn't have anything planned for the weekend, which fills me with a bit of panic sometimes because I like to have things planned. It's just a last-minute decision to just wander down a footpath and just have a little paddle. Shout out to Al Humphreys and the micro adventure, I guess. But yeah. So I'll just finish with this slide. I quite like this quote. So it says, slow adventure as the process of becoming comfortable with the challenges presented by the journey. And I think that's really nice in terms of our own kind of adventurous journeys and our kind of biographies of adventure, and really encapsulates that kind of opportunity for personal growth. But it's also quite nice to start thinking about some of the challenges that we've discussed today and becoming comfortable with them and realizing that potentially that connecting with nature provides that bridge between this is awesome for us and it can create that innate sense of care. So yeah, thank you very much.
Cool, thank you so much. So our next speaker similarly needs a little introduction. He was the first employee of Trash Free Trails. And as you may have noticed today from all of his running around, he makes a lot of the magic happen behind the scenes. But he's also a self-confessed nature connection nerd, and he's going to tell us all about how purposeful adventure can help us leave a positive trace.
I went with nutcase last time, but we'll go with nerd, that's all good. So yeah, I mean, they're going the wrong way here now. References, there we go. I've stopped putting MSc after this, and I think there's no point now because I'm surrounded by doctors, so it is what it is. So yeah, my background actually isn't in this, and unlike Emma, I didn't have a connection to nature up until 5 years ago. I spent my time doing other things, let's say. So that brings me nicely to my why. Like, what am I doing here if I've only just become connected to nature semi-recently, I guess? And really, it's purposeful adventure that brought me in to nature connection. So bringing purpose to adventures, but why? Why do you think that adventure? Why do we need to do that? Why is adventure a space for purpose? And I think that whether it's riding, running, roaming, or whatever, there's always room for more. So how can we build on that? Before I go any further, is this actually needed? Is this something that the white, industrialized, educated demographic thinks is a good idea? But is it a good idea? This is quite a while ago now, but Richard Louv postulated a theory called nature deficit disorder, and it's particularly prevalent in children, or at least that's what he thought. So what he said is, for a new generation, nature is more of an abstraction than a reality. Increasingly, nature is something to watch, consume, to wear, and importantly then, to ignore. So there's a couple of problems with Richard Louv's ideas, and the first one is that it's restricted to children, but it's important now to remember that the people he was talking about in 2005 are adults now. But what's interesting about that is that the kind of research on this has dried up. So the concept of nature deficit disorder is and was debated because of this lack of evidence, but because nobody wants to pay for research that's going to tell us that people are less connected to nature. So there's a slide coming up that will illustrate that. But yeah, so these people are now adults, and we've got to cater to both the adults that are suffering from nature deficit disorder, as well as the children that might be. So a quick quiz. This is National Trust research from 10 years ago, so again, just consider the implications of that now. Do we have any idea what percentage of children regularly use their local patch of nature? And remember, a patch of nature can, like that, imagine who paid for that research. So what is that patch of nature? Any guesses? Just a percentage. Let's go, it's upside down. So what we'll go, so 47% of adults were aware of biodiversity loss in 2019. Despite how much everybody in this room knows about that, 50% of the real world didn't know about it. And it's less than 25% of children use their local patch of nature. And again, 2012, so 10 years on, what's going on? We don't know yet. And less than 10% of children regularly play in wild places compared to almost half a generation ago. So the need is clear. This is all UK based, and this next slide is UK, Japan, and the USA. So it all displays how the amount that adults and children are using nature has decreased over recent years. And this is from one of my favorite papers from Soga and Gaston called The Extinction of Experience. And what they're referring to is just that, the extinction of going out and doing stuff in the face of alternatives. And it's very easy to blame stuff, and we don't like to blame anything, but when it comes to technology, it's hard not to at least consider. I actually think it's naive to ignore technology's role in this. So your average child watches 17 hours of television a week. That's 2.5 hours per day, every single day of the year. Britain's 11 to 15-year-olds spend half of their waking lives in front of a screen. That's 7.5 hours a day, every day, their whole lives. So whilst it's hard, and the academics in the room, it's hard to attribute absolute causality to a single factor, but to ignore this is naive, like I say. Now, that does come with a massive caveat, like, look where we are. This is not a lament on modernity. I'm not here to say, get rid of technology, get kids away from the screens. There's research that shows, and good research that shows if people are shown images of nature, you're talking terminally ill patients, people that aren't able to experience the outdoors for another reason, whether that's economic or whatever. If you show them pictures of nature, their nature connection, at least as indicated by the scales that we know about, increases. So to argue that technology is totally to blame is probably naive as well. So this kind of brings me to the quote that's on the bottom of my email signature, but also what I formulate everything I do when it comes to the work that Trash Free Trails is doing to improve that experience and maybe begin to combat against the extinction of experience. So if we can get people to experience more, hopefully we can use the environment as a brand a little bit more, like Nathan was referring to earlier, and provoke that care and provoke that compassion that people have about it, and hopefully promote the protection of it. So that brings us on to what we are doing, what Trash Free Trails is doing. And here we are, Purpose of Adventure, and it's all about, for us, leaving no trace. It works, and it's a great mantra, but the very fact that we exist probably dictates that it might not be enough anymore. So how can we go about leaving a positive trace on our recreational trails and ecosystems? To be honest, it's been a bit of a hard one for us to formulate over the last couple of years. We were trying to make something happen, and it got to the point where we were like, again, is this right? Are we doing the right thing? But recently, it's kind of clicked a little bit more. So connection for us, the awe and wonder that nature gives us fosters that connection. And that helps us develop connections with not just the place, but the people and yourself there as well. And I really like what you were talking about, Emma, about slow adventure. So my master's in psychology and mental health, and as part of that, I came across Daniel Kahneman's theory of thinking fast and slow. So I'll just read directly from this. Fast thinking is unconscious, emotional, and instinctive, and results in snap judgments and sometimes prejudice. So I think that might be where we're at right now when it comes to use and consumption of the outdoors. And what we should be able to move towards, hopefully, is slow adventure. So slow thinking is what most of us would consider actual thought, conscious, deliberative, and mostly rational. So let's try and apply Kahneman's thinking fast and slow to adventure fast and slow. And I think we should write a book on that exactly. So yeah, this for us is all about creating those connections, and how are we going to do that? It's something that's like easy to say, create a connection with the people around you. And I've been talking about it all weekend. Just talk to someone on the trail. That might not be as easy for someone else as it is for me or anybody in this room. So how are we actually going to do that? And I'm going to hopefully we're going to adopt a couple of theories. The first one is the 5 pathways. Miles Richardson from Derby University. I'd love to get him here, I think, at some point. So I won't go into detail on those because Emma spoke to about them, but the other diagram there is learners' 5 C's of positive youth development. The more astute amongst you in the room might notice that there's actually 6 C's. So can anyone guess what the 6th one is? And bear in mind, so you have 5, and once a child has developed those 5, only then can they reach that 6th. So Joe, Baber, and Duncan aren't allowed to answer this question. But yeah, anybody, any guesses as to the additional 6th? You're all cheating. Does it say it? Oh, so it's not caring. That just refers to this. Oh no. Well, okay, so I don't know what this is, but the other papers that I've read means contribution. So only once a young person has developed connection, confidence, character, caring, and competence can they contribute to a society. Now, with Purposeful Adventure as a project, we're hoping to merge these 2 theories such that once an individual has developed the 5 pathways to nature connection and the 5 C's, they might be able to contribute positively. And we've been talking about golden threads throughout the course of the weekend, and that element of contribution and its link to leaving a positive trace has been something that's come out really strongly, at least from the conversations that I've been hearing. Even around the campfire last night, we were talking about trail building with a load of trail builders, and something that was coming out of that for me is that everybody that was speaking, me included, wanted to contribute to that debate. So there's a clear want, need, and I don't know, there's people there that want to contribute. It's what does that actually look like, and how do we make it happen? So this is a picture from last year. So can we leave positive traces here? Even here, what we're doing right now, can we leave a positive trace with the next person you speak to? Places, can you leave a positive trace the next place you go to? Whether that's removing something from that place or leaving something good in that place. And is it for yourself? And this is, I didn't speak about this earlier, but this is kind of where if I had my own Purposeful Adventure business, this is where it would be born out of. So, like I said, I wasn't connected to nature 5 years ago. I was in a really rough place at the bottom of the barrel, if you like, and nature, exercise pulled me out of that. That's my Purposeful Adventure. Does anybody else have a Purposeful Adventure like that? Do you want to share that? It's fine if you don't, but recognizing it is a really key part, and we can link back to some of our other work around our 9 R's of a safe, effective, and enjoyable trail clean with that. So I hinted to this a little bit earlier, but it's very easy, I think, for everybody in this room to grab a bike, get in their car, and go on a big adventure. But the simple reality of the matter for that is not reality. Like, it's okay for us to say that, but the majority of people, I think, can't do that. So for us, it's all about adventures, great and small as well. So from everything from a huge multi-day epic or 20 people on the top of Snowdon, that's maybe less important than 2 kids on Wakefield streets for 20 minutes. Because imagine what they got out of that. And imagine, I'm getting emotional with it, imagine how far they will go as that comes. So there is positive stuff out there, and it's not like we're saying something new here. It's not like this is a totally new idea that's born out of nothing. We are making movements there. So the Trash Mob Academy is a positive youth engagement project that seeks to develop self-esteem, confidence, and overall well-being in young people through litter education, environmental awareness, nature connection, with outdoor physical activity as a catalyst for change. And is Jane still here? She's gone. So Jane Potty has drove all the way down from Inverness for this weekend, and she is our newest A-teamer, as well as someone who's been delivering the Trash Mob Academy totally off her own back. There's someone in Liverpool now doing it with refugee kids who can't speak English, and most of them are orphans, and they're doing it on scooters. Because she asked me, can I do this without bikes? Because we're just not going to be able to get bikes. What I can get is scooters. And I was like, well, if you think you can do it on scooters, then please do. And it's going really well. And she actually did a Wish We Were Here video, but it didn't quite get to us in time. And then the guys at Pedal Progression in Bristol have been running it with a couple of different schools. And it's really key for us with that one not to go crazy with it. We have got some ideas about what will happen in October, but I'll keep those under wraps for just now. The most important Trash Mob Academy, of course, is the young lady over there, Jo Shui, who I'll be handing over to very shortly. But in the short term, I wonder if we could all just think about that concept that it's not as easy for everyone else, and how can we hopefully ignite that passion in those young people and those people who maybe don't feel as if they can access the outdoors as easy as everyone else. How can we help those people to have a purposeful adventure? Because in many ways, like, I'm preaching to the choir here, and we shouldn't have to preach to the choir. The choir should do their own preaching sometimes. I'll leave it there, and I'll hand over to Jo.
Hi everyone. This is going to be like a really cool, quick activity that I'm always thinking of new things to do with my students, because to keep teenagers that are so disengaged from education interested in anything is a mission. So, like, for me, Trash Free Trails, I've been on a mega journey. I stood here last year talking about the introduction of Trash Mob Academy, and since then I've been lucky enough to be a founder of the MTB Colour Collective, which is about getting more diverse cultures into mountain biking. Just a few weeks ago with Manon, I got to speak in Italy at the International Mountain Bike Association about reframing mountain biking and what Trash Free Trails does for that, and what the Colour Collective brings to it. And that was all birthed, and that's why I said it's about people systems. We always talk about the ecosystem that we have, but that ecosystem is you guys. It's the people. It's all the people that are not just here, but every other person that we reach out to. So if everyone can just try and be that enthusiasm, that enthusiasm to the next person, the message will spread. Like, this sign will just spread, and people will recognise it and recognise the good, positive stuff that Trash Free Trails does. What I want to do is it's going to take you a little bit out of your comfort zones, maybe. I just want you to get into groups and nominate one person that you're going to draw around them. And so for the extroverts out there, that would be great. And for the introverts that we have in here, in the head part of the body, I just want you to put, mindfulness, like what brought you to Trash Free Trails, and any ideas that come out of your head. In the body section, the heart, like what you love about Trash Free Trails and why we are all here. This is the heart. And then just in the leg sections, like where we're going to take our ideas, where we're going to go. It's about progression. So let's do it all together. So I've got some big bits of paper, get into some groups, move around, talk to other people, and that's our little activity. So thank you. eyes are on Dom for the whole thing. Classy lady. We've got a group over here in Bangor. Go around, tidying you up the room.
Debase myself. And throw around yourself as well. Stop there. Run around you. There's a pink nail.
Right. So just remember, like, the body is your heart, how Trash-Free Trails makes you feel, why we do it. Your head is any ideas that you might have, and the legs are where we're taking those ideas, where we go next. And just so you all know, there'll be no feedback, but I am going to put these up for us all to look at. And they're not there.
Too into it, yeah. It's great.
My calves are swollen.
Please feel free to play along at home.
Just draw a tiny, tiny little brain in there.
Looks like you've got your cap on backwards in there.
Yeah, this is street, isn't it?
Street brush.
Coming up there, 2 days of camping.
You know, so the legs are like, you know, where you want to take all your ideas, where do you want to go, what do you want to do next, what progression you're going to make. Obviously, heart one, you love to hand down, you love ideas. You can
What
do
was the
like,
head?
it's like, I'm a bit mixed with the head, because it's like ideas that you have, but also mixed up with like, why with me, what made you think about, oh, I'm going to get involved in Trash-Free Trails.
Pop a little why.
Yeah, and you could, you know, if you want to do like you could do a light bulb for ideas or just a question mark. Everyone's now drawing and now you're all like...
It's like hands with a high five. Hands with Which, your kids?
Yeah, so the thing with kids that have adventures, and then you want to fit in and sort of jump through that, so it's just slow and quiet.
Is that legs change?
I'll just stay down there.
So if we have half an hour for lunch, we'll be back on track at 2 for panel. Yeah, so I don't know. I think
2-second countdown or whatever.
Yeah.
Hiya, just to let you know, we've got 2 minutes left. But don't worry, there's no feedback. They're just going to go up on the wall. But we've got 2 minutes, and then we're stopping for lunch. Thank you. I'm used to giving warnings to
What about the legs? Where are we going? Where are we going? Maybe it's even around like partnerships and all that as well. Like just actually, just lots of things like that, like connecting stuff forward. Working with others. Yeah. Sustainable transport, doesn't it? There's no What did you say? I think just like that, like I say, like new ideas and like and partnerships and sort of working with new people. Very thin.
There's no swear word.
It's quite like some liver spaghetti to make like something.
I think as well as having an impact on like these big corporations that are actually producing this stuff in the first place.
A bit like you said as well, which I guess is a huge thing, is like reframing stuff as well, isn't it? So you're kind of reframing this negative. And being able to kind of reframe the argument with more information. So
Right, guys, that's going to have to be your last words. So stop what you're doing, and I'm going to come and get them. I'm going to put them up on the wall, so go and have a read of everyone else's, and I'm passing you over for lunch instructions. Thank you.
Great. So a couple of instructions for the people in the room. For the people at home, we are going to reconvene at 2 o'clock, and we're going to aim to be back on schedule for the afternoon session. For everybody in the room, we need to do a slight reorganization of the tables over lunchtime. So could you please just make sure that you've packed stuff away into your bags and there's no water bottles and stuff on the tables, because we just need to rearrange them for this afternoon where we're going to split people up into groups. So just make our lives a little bit easier for rearranging tables. And then the very exciting thing at lunchtime, other than the food, is that we are going to be having a drag race in the courtyard over here. We've got 2 bikes. It's Trek versus Santa Cruz in the battle of the sponsors.
It's also, I'm up the ante, it's Trek versus Santa Cruz, but it's Santa Cruz Enduro versus Trek XC.
Ooh. Jez isn't sure if this is sponsor approved.
And Jez has just confirmed the prize is a... oh no, it's also hardtail involved too, so you can choose your weapon. There we go. We're changing the game as we move. So yeah, just come out last year. Chris from Bosch eBike Systems won. So he won an amazing prize, I think, as well, if we remember rightly. So come and join me, Chloe, Jake, to muck around with litter and grabbers during lunch. What time are we back, El?
Back for 2 o'clock, please. And if anybody wants to help us move tables, you are an angel.
Oh God!
everyone. So I understand there is a delay. I understand there is a delay in the publishing of the results from the bike trash drag race due to a legal challenge. So hopefully Dom will update us on the results of that later. So we're going to pick up on some of the golden threads or the golden hyphae that have been emerging throughout the course of today, and we're going to start to weave them together. So this session is called Competitive Collaboration and the Exploration Mindset. So we're focusing on the collective strength that we find in collaborating with each other. And sometimes that means actually collaborating with our direct competitors who challenge us to be a better version of ourselves. Another thread that I want to pick up on is the drive that we channel in our adventures, and it also drives us into uncertain places that we must explore when we are seeking to protect our trails and wild spaces. That same mindset that makes us uncomfortable with uncertainty in the outdoors makes us uncomfortable with uncertainty when perhaps we don't have all of the data or all of the answers, but we still want to drive ourselves forward. So, like we heard before, this is about taking small steps, not letting perfect be the enemy of achieving something, and taking this momentum forwards together. So, thank you very much to our fantastic panel members, some of whom have stepped in at the last minute, so thank you. And they're all involved in different alliances and collaborations that have worked really well, and we're really excited to hear them share some of their experiences. So, without further ado, we have Scott, who has come from the European Outdoor Group. Now, none of you may have heard of the European Outdoor Group, and that's kind of deliberate, but Scott is a program manager there for the Single-Use Plastics Project and leads a working group of 35 different outdoor companies looking to reduce and better manage the use of single-use plastics. We've got Jez, who is familiar to some of you here. He's a media and PR specialist at Trek UK, and when Dom first came to him with a crackpot idea, Jez was willing enough to say yes. And I think this is a really nice example of a brand supporting a bottom-up community initiative that doesn't have any direct outcome and no obvious way at how it would return investment for that brand. And I think it's an example that we need more of in our world. Rachel Cruz is an outdoor professional, as well as mountain biking. She can be found scaling walls, climbing and mountaineering. And as well as her personal work, she's part of a pioneering climbing festival called the Women's Trad Fest, which some of you might have heard of. So if you thought mountain biking was scary, imagine climbing up a rock wall with nothing to protect you except for the gear that you place yourself. And so like mountain biking, the climbing world has got a lot of challenges in that you either need somebody to take you under their wing or a lot of money to pay somebody who's qualified to coach you. So there's a lot that we can learn from that world. And our last minute addition is the fantastic Harry Brook from Patagonia. He coordinates the 1% for the Planet commitment for Patagonia in the UK and Ireland. And they've got a long history of supporting grassroots environmental groups, and they continue to support groups working to protect our playgrounds and wild spaces. So thank you so much to all of you. Thank you to all of you, who I'm sure will supply excellent questions. And over to you guys.
You wanted us to just give a quick intro? I think you did a great job, but okay. I'm Scott. I manage the Single-Use Plastics Project, have since 2018. If you haven't heard of it, that's good. We've been very particular about not getting this out because it's a group of outdoor brands, of which I've got at least one represented here. So 2018, it was actually Ryan Gellert and a few other great outdoor brands, about 17 originally. We're now up to about 45. We're not really trying to grow too aggressively, but it's a group of outdoor organizations that knew that they had an issue with single-use plastics. They wanted to see, well, what can we do about it from our end? The reason why you might not have heard about it is, and by design, is because we noticed that in this space there's a lot of finger pointing. We've already discussed this, I think, today, around whose fault is what. And I think that what we wanted to pursue and what we wanted to reflect on is what we could do, irrespective or regardless of, I'm getting a little echo here, regardless of, is there anything I need to, we wanted to look at what we could do regardless of if there was any input from governments or any input from some of the consumers. And so we ultimately just decided, let's just plod on with our own little work. And now we've got some really great stuff. There's a lot you can read and learn about it, and I'm not going to go and cover it in depth. But what I did think was maybe meaningful for this specific occasion was to say, this group of people who are traditionally competitors, who traditionally compete for market share, who recognized that this was an issue that they deemed was pre-competitive, something that transcends or goes above all of us. And it was also something that even when somebody came up with a really great, neat idea, there was an example of a brand who worked so hard to remove plastic from many of their products, came to their warehouses and their facilities, and then the retailers that they were shipping them onto required them to put plastic back around it. So they'd done all this work, and it's reflective of the fact and the reality that it's a complicated system, it's a complicated ecosystem, it's a complicated supply chain. And if we didn't work together, we weren't really going to make any progress. So hopefully we have a couple of learns that we can bring to this discussion today.
Thanks. Yeah, so I'm Jez from Trek UK. I think it was 2018, Dom, was it? Yeah, so I'd had a crackpot came to me with a crackpot idea at Fort William. I instantly got it. My biggest challenge was convincing my bosses what that idea was and how to make it work. Thankfully, Dom then went on travels for 6 months, so it gave me 6 months to get that idea right in my head and sell it. But that ethos of community, access, and behavioral change, well, bike's an intrinsic part of that. So that was my sell to my superiors, and they just ran with it. They said, yeah, you're in it, commit to it. Don't just do it as a one-off, do it for the long run. And now it's become an integral part of how the UK office works. And the big thing for me now is just spreading the word. I want people on board. So I don't care who you're from, as long as your heart's in it and you want to be part of it, come on board. So yeah, that's my main goal today, is just come and say hello. And if you want to do things, please, yeah, tap me up, really. Thank you.
I think I'm here maybe as the sort of individual grassroots instructor in the room. I don't know Dom that well. I've only met him a couple of times, but I chewed his ear off about all sorts of things around the people that I work with. If I take someone mountain biking, am I actually doing a disservice to the trails by introducing more people to the trails? And the way that I came to terms with that is, if I work with 6 people, I can give 6 people my message of how they can look after the environment that they're in. And I work in mountaineering as well as in mountain biking. The Women's Trad Fest, their 3 core aims are sustainability, inclusivity, and well-being. And I think that they really nail those 3 agenda items perfectly. And when Dom said on Saturday, has anyone been to a festival where they've got the recycling right? I felt very proud to stick my hand up and say, yeah, we've got it right. So you can read all about it on the internet. They've got an amazing media team that you can see all about their core aims and how that is filtering down into mountaineering and climbing.
Thank you, everyone. Ironically, the reason that I came here to the Trashfield Trails Summit and to attend the weekend was actually to listen, which now I've got a microphone in my hand sounds ridiculous. And the reason I came to listen is because, as Patagonia, we can talk about success stories, we can talk about what has happened through the mobilization of community over the last 50 years that we've been in business and we've sought to support, but we are not the experts. We are there as a business at the end of the day, and whilst we have an obligation or responsibility to support the communities and the playgrounds that we operate in and we make gear to work with, we're not the experts in what those playgrounds actually are. So I guess what I'd say to everyone here who's attended over the summit, who's attended over the weekend, is thank you for the work that you are doing, and thank you for sharing that work as a community and providing opportunity for businesses, because that's who I am, that's what I represent today, to come in and learn where we can truly support and what the issues are on the ground, because it'd be so easy to look at this from a zoomed out perspective and decide what we would like to dictate the pace of this community is and put our stamp upon that and drive it with a corporate agenda. And that is not how movements are built. If you use the Margaret Mead quote about a collective of citizens creating meaningful change, there's no subclause in there that's about a corporate partnership. It's all about grassroots movement on the ground. So, yeah, everything that Trash Free Trails represents to me is a gateway. It's a gateway to much more meaningful and wider activism that creates systemic change, that we start to not look at the plastic bottle and look at the labeling on it and putting the onus on the individual to dispose of it responsibly, but we zoom all the way back out and look at the factors affecting that individual, from the fact that they're consuming sugary drinks and the bottle's made from fossil fuels and they're the most adversely affected by the climate crisis. I'm rambling, but what I'm trying to say is that what is built here, what's founded here, is what protects that place across the water, and here again mountain biking that we have within this vicinity, but it's also making sure we take consideration of those who are taking their first steps, who are adversely affected by the attitudes that we have as an industry. I'm rambling, I've lost my train of thought, but yeah, this is where it starts, this is where the action happens, and as a business we have a responsibility to listen because you are the experts.
Any questions from the floor?
Thanks, Elle. Thanks everyone for sharing that. It's really awesome to have like these perspectives like being shared with us as a community. Something I'd love to get your views on, it's a slight extension on Harry's point, but within like the change that's happening with businesses, whether that's Trek or Patagonia, and trying to make positive change, but also having that kind of fear of greenwashing and wanting to be held accountable. Like, what would you want from us as a community to support like business to make kind of more meaningful and perhaps more transparent change? So what would you want from us as a kind of collective of people from all sorts of different positions within kind of outdoor area space movement, if you like? Thank you.
Can I take that first? Yeah. I think every business has a responsibility to be authentic, it needs to be transparent, and it needs to be accountable. And that accountability is key here, in that a community needs to feel that they're on a level with a business to be able to communicate back to them that this isn't okay. And quite often businesses will act without malice and not realize where they are doing harm. And it's only by actually businesses turning up and coming to things like this to learn what the issues are on the ground, to actually then have that open dialogue and find solutions. And the reality is that we are part of a much bigger problem. And we say at Patagonia, we don't use the word responsibility, we don't use the word sustainable, because sustainability just isn't a thing. We act responsibly, but we have an impact on the planet. And the apparel industry alone is 10% of global emissions. We have a responsibility to address that footprint and actually start to take consideration of the environmental impact, but also the social impact that goes with that along the way too. So yeah, keep telling us when we do wrong, find a constructive way to do it, call us in, don't call us out.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, I was going to just go down that line anyway, but I'd say just keep on keeping on. You've got to keep doing it. And again, calling us out, it helps loads. I constantly have to justify what I'm doing internally. And to do that, I need you guys to go out there and help me with that. And again, it was funny, sat around the fire last night talking about all the different trail associations. I can't work with 16 individual trail associations. I have to work with one person. And I have to run that like a business as well when I ask for money and funds to help you all. So yeah, the more you can come together and keep on going, the better and the easier it makes my life. So yeah, that'd be my ask.
I don't have much to add, so ditto, but I will say that the reason why I'm here is because we aim and hope to support more activism like this. We're working on our supply chains, and to be honest, I don't need a lot of people descending upon the warehouses and the DCs to try and, remove plastic. Actually, I think that's something that we're really working hard to wrestle with. So I would say as an individual, show up to these things, because this is activism, and this is where you get the attention of great brands and great organizations. And then when you do go to work, when you get a job or you go out into industry, continue to make those really big changes. So ultimately, just keep showing up, both at work and here. They're noticing it. There's a reason why these organizations are here.
Thank you. Yeah, great, Manon.
Hi. So I have a question for Scott. Again, you said that maybe we wouldn't know about the work you do because you've kind of been intentional about that, so I'm kind of curious. How have you managed to get so many brands or companies together? Like something that we talk about in mountain biking is that the activism that we're trying to do, whether it's looking after trails and the places they're in, is something that's like across industry. You need like every company working on it together. So yeah, curious how you get all the companies together. And how do companies find out about what you're doing to also to join in, I suppose?
Yeah, and it's not a secret, by the way. It's just, we're just not trying to be big and shouty about it. You can go to the singleuseplasticsproject.com and you can download a super boring 80-page report on plastics and another document on polybag standards and whatnot. You can see all the great participants, everybody. I mean, I'm looking around just seeing all the brands and logos on all your shirts and stuff. 80% of the organizations and logos that are on your shirts are involved in this. And I would say, how do we do it? That's an easy one to answer. So about 3 or 4 years ago, a couple of organizations realized that this was a problem and they were trying to do something, and they were all doing different things, whether it was water-soluble bags or, you know, stuff made out of like lobster shells or cactuses or sugarcane or something. And they were all kind of doing their own different thing. And they noticed that, and they got in a room and they started talking, and they said, hey, we can't do anything unless we work together on this. And so they approached the European Outdoor Group, which is the organization that I work for. They said, we want to make a project out of this. That's when I was brought on, was to manage the project. And once we already had that 17 organizations all spread across the supply chain saying, like, this is a problem, we don't know what to do about it, they were the ones that came together. I think you'd be really impressed. I know, so I don't originally come from the outdoors industry. I come from tech. I worked for Apple for several years. It was all about secrets and black boxes and whatnot. And it was cool. You guys are cool. It was cool to come into this industry and see how well they work together, and the fact that actually behind the scenes, they're really working hard on a lot of these topics: microplastics, single-use plastics, carbon reduction, joint supply chain action. There's some really cool stuff. Social labor, all that stuff is really embedded in their DNA. So they were already doing that. What we did as a project, though, is we tried to produce really compelling results, really simple research, stuff that's very easy to distill and to understand, very similar to the report that's being released today, to say, here's what the problem is, here's how we're seeing it. And when we were able to start communicating that and present a very sound business case, they just started piling on in a really nice way. So it's great industry. Honestly, they're always pretty embedded in a lot of these things, and I can't take credit for their collective action because they were doing it before me, and they're probably going to be doing it long after me. Just need to stop holding this.
I have a question for Rachel. So, because you have this position where you're intimately involved with two different and quite distinct outdoor communities, how do we? I guess most people in this room here would self-identify as some kind of bike rider, whether that is a mountain biker or whatever label you want to put on it. How good are we as a community at looking outside of ourselves and at looking at the wider outdoor community compared to mountaineering and to climbing? Or are there any other lessons or parallels that you see from being able to look across both camps?
I kind of feel that we're all the same, aren't we? If you're the riders, we're the roamers, maybe, and the runners. But everybody there's like a cross-discipline thing. I think our sport, maybe we use less. We have slightly less equipment. Maybe we have some climbing gear, some ropes, some rack, but that lasts a lot longer. It's got a longer lifespan. I think manufacturers of that kit really look into how long stuff can last and how it's all about how strong it is. And I feel a little bit like the bike industry isn't that isn't a focus of the bike industry at all. No one looks at how long a mech will last, or, you know, a bottom bracket is a disposable part that will last less than 6 months. And that feels quite shocking if you come into the bike industry from another sport. That would be my big observation.
You can make a bottom bracket last for longer than 6 months if you epoxy it into your frame. Pro tip.
So we've got one from the live feed from Tom, mostly aimed at Rach again, around outdoor experiences. But it's easier to market a physical product as sustainable or recycled. But what can we do to build into national governing bodies courses to encourage all instructors delivering these experiences, to encourage people to be engaged and responsible, particularly if they're new to the environment?
Yeah, it's a bit of background to that. I work on the mountain leader training schemes for mountaineering, but I also work for British Cycling on the mountain bike leaders. And there is nothing in the British cycling syllabus around sustainability or environmental. There's hardly anything about the environment. A rider isn't expected to take someone on a bike ride and tell them about where they are. Whereas in the mountain leader, that's a core element of the syllabus. And if you come away without having imparted any kind of environmental enthusiasm or knowledge, or you can't speak about a topic, then you fail. You're sent home and you have to come back another time. So I definitely think there's a lot of responsibility there towards imparting that knowledge into the next generation or into new people. I don't think that we as mountain bikers put enough emphasis on it yet. So I definitely agree that could be something we could improve on.
I don't know if it's a question, more of something to add to that. So Jake and I attended something with the what do they call themselves now? It was a sustainability and environmental education in outdoor sport, and it was all about building the environment into guided and leaded qualifications and stuff. Because at the minute, as I'm not a guide or leader, and I've never done anything like that, but it's focused on skills and safety. Whilst they're obviously important and interconnected, fundamentally, without the environment, you wouldn't be able to have the skills or the safety. So that project was all about how do you do that without taking anything away from the skills and safety. So I wonder, like, just from your point of view and anybody else's point of view in the room, how does that become possible? And I think that, like, from our point of view, it's about that holistic shared responsibility, and it's not just the brands. It's the leaders, it's the governing bodies, it's the people that are engaging in it. So if you go and do a mountain leader qualification, or you go and do a mountain bike leader qualification, ask the question, you know, what are we doing? Like, what's our impact getting here? That was a really key thing that kind of rung true for me, is like, okay, we're here doing this great thing, but has anybody thought about what's happened to everything else around us? And I think if you can pull that out to a bigger kind of sphere, then you get that collective responsibility a little bit more. So yeah, sorry, there wasn't really a question in there, but something to add to the
I suppose I think if I take 6 people out for the day, that's 6 more people that can tell 6 people and tell 6 people. We talk about brands, but there's also the media. You know, there's the media in this room, and you hardly ever see in a mountain biking magazine, you never see chat about the environment or the place that we're operating in. I don't read loads of magazines, so don't someone sit and go, I wrote about that last week. But I don't think that's an emphasis as much as perhaps the products that we consume or the skills or the technical riding. I don't feel like that's at the forefront of media as much as it could be. Manon really wants to speak. She's like...
Well, I was just... I wasn't sure if Joe had a hand. Okay. I had a question. I feel like a lot of what we talk about is like cultural behavioral change or evolution maybe within mountain biking as a sport. And I feel like it's a really hard thing to measure or to say this is what's changed. And I just wonder if you have what your viewpoint might be or how you might look at seeing what has changed, you know, so through advocacy and groups like Trash Free Trails, through mountain biking or other sports, if you've had experience in other sports. Yeah, I don't know, how do you think you can kind of track or see what's changing? Because it's kind of like an evolution, right? That's, yeah.
It's a really hard one to answer, but I'm thinking back to the conversation we had about the pink bike videos and kind of the phraseology that was used around it, and then the expansion of that into marketing as well. We live in a capitalist society. We have economies that are ultimately fueled by consumption. And if the messaging associated with that consumption does not align with the community it's aimed at, then it won't be successful. So whilst it's not a comfortable metric, I'd say look at the marketing that's used by brands and people who are trying to commercialize your passion. Have a look at the people who are represented in it. Have a look at the language used. Have a look at the imagery. And it's an uncomfortable metric, but that's the reality. And if you look at adverts in print magazines today and compare them to the ones in the early 90s, what's changed? And some people would argue not much. A lot of people would argue a lot. There's many other metrics that I'm sure the rest of the panel will come up with as well.
Yeah, I've got nothing to add to that.
I'll add one thing. I think that if you want to measure something, you've got to track it. And that's, there you can measure so many things. If there's something you're passionate about, I mean, look at Dom. He said, I'm passionate about what's on the trail. Work on it, and then suddenly you'll be sitting down in a room full of people who are really passionate about this. And I do think, I mean, like, I can't tell you all about plastic, but I can tell you that we just sent 6.4 metric tons of poly bags to a recycling facility in Warrington. And I can tell you the grade, I can tell you how much it cost, and I can tell you how much they paid us for it. If you're passionate about something, if you find something that you want to measure, figure out the baseline, establish that baseline, and that's the work. And then you can show progress with that. I would argue that sometimes our passion goes so broadly that we forget that we do need to take a moment. We need to say, okay, am I actually creating improvement? A lot of organizations and a lot of benefit and a lot of energy is wasted on things that we just care generally about, and we don't take the time to actually figure out where are we at, where are we going, what do we want out of this?
Hi, this is more of a rhetorical question, I think. I would really love to know how we can make more sustainable products available at more accessible price points. So a lot of product and stuff comes through past my desk, and I'm seeing these amazing premium products that are made with recycled materials or made to be super durable, so have a really long lifespan. But then at the same time, they're like almost always significantly more expensive than, you know, your average, you know, Walmart bike or something you might get from Halfords. And I felt so inspired this morning talking about nature connection and how we can actually get people to give a damn about these wild spaces in the first place so that they do turn to actually care and, you know, pick up trash. But then equally, if there's like an economic issue where they're only able to access stuff that isn't made sustainably, how do we get around that? Can we have sustainable products at affordable price points?
You know, I just want to say one quick thing, then I'm going to pass this down. But I think that we've been lied to about the true cost. And when we see the sticker price at a discount retailer or at a fast fashion, you know, organization, they're giving you the cost that they were able to get for the product based off of the cost of goods and the materials. It's not factoring in a lot of the environmental issues. And when you do factor in a lot of the ESG, the social, the labor, the environment, the fair wages, ultimately we have become used to, as a society, paying far less than it's actually costing the environment and the world. So we do have to adjust to the fact that this premium product, that's just the cost of a product. And I think that if we're looking for sustainability, we need to look more towards the secondary markets, the used markets, the repair markets, and getting people access points into rental models and access points into secondary markets. And I think that's really where the conversation needs to go, rather than how do we get, a Patagonia jacket, their price down. Although, I mean, I wouldn't be upset if they were to be, cheaper or whatever, but yeah.
Yeah, it's that thing of, I always say, it's that people know the cost of everything, value of nothing sort of thing. It's, you know, it's that disposable bottom bracket. What is the value of that to you and what you're trying to do with it? And how do you get more out of that? I know we're working on end-of-life product stuff, but a big company, that's going to take a number of years to get that sorted out. My other thing as well is just access for people who can't get on a bike. It's a big thing as well. We're working with people like in the inner cities and stuff. It's a real problem. If you live in a tower block and you have kids, where do you get bikes from? How do you store those bikes? How do you get to work on bikes? You know, and these are people who have busy and awkward home lives. They have important jobs. A lot of them are critical care workers and stuff. How do we change or help them? And then it helps the rest of us. It's slow and it's a long slog. And that's why I need all this happening as well. Sorry, Rich.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting point, and I'm further back up what you said, like the true cost of a responsibly made product from a social and environmental perspective is not represented in the marketplace at the moment. And we talk about Patagonia price point, and that comes up so much. And one of the easy responses to that is look at the secondary economies, buy second-hand, buy repaired. And you've also got to be careful that if you are saying to someone who maybe doesn't have the income or accessibility to get that premium product new in the first place, you shouldn't also be saying to them that you're not worth that. You have to buy second-hand. So I think actually what we can all do is normalize that secondary economy and actually be less reliant upon the primary that has the greatest impact in the first place upon our planet, and actually all begin to embrace that secondary repair culture and look to products that are circular. And if they're not there, look to demand that businesses start to look at how they start making bottom brackets that can go back into other bottom brackets, and actually advocate and support businesses that are looking to these solutions. But I think there's so many dimensions to this that we just need to appreciate that we don't live in a true representation of the cost of what we consume.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was going to say in more complicated terms, I think, Harry. But I think that concept of cheap stuff versus expensive stuff, which is basically what we're talking about here, is related to what I was talking around. Well, what we've all been talking about around consumption and consuming of the outdoors and nature. And once we get away from that purchase, consume, dispose mentality, I mean, this is very nebulous now, but if we can ever get out of that cycle, then people might start to appreciate the fact that stuff does cost more, right? And when I say stuff, I mean that in the broadest sense of the term as well. Like, nature isn't cheap. Like, it costs money to get there, it costs money to be there, it costs money to maintain. And I think that once we can understand that, then the concept of cheap might begin to disappear a little bit, because you'll be able to appreciate that, you know, if you want something to last longer, that's just what the cost is, right? And that's the cost of everything, value of nothing thing. So
I think it's worth remembering as well that we don't have to exist passively within these systems. We can communicate back to stakeholders, to businesses, to landowners, to national governing bodies, and actually say we expect more.
Yeah, and you know, as consumers, customers, we're stakeholders as well, right? Just because you're the person that buys the product doesn't mean you have no say in what it does and what it's about. So, yeah, that's important for the community to remember that we have a stake in it. We are stakeholders.
The first step is flipping consumer to citizen.
Yeah.
Because you don't just consume, you do more than that. You love those trails, you ride, you laugh, you love, you embrace each other, you share that community. Your pure economic value is not just consumption.
Yeah, the difficulty is the recognition of that, and again, I think everybody here recognises that, but how are we going to spread that message?
You're already doing it.
Yeah.
I suppose a question I've got for you guys is how can an individual call out, or as Harry said, call in brands if we see something that we don't like, that we think you're doing something negatively, or doing something that's negatively impacting the community and the sport and the landscape that we love so much? I know I really struggle with being able to call people out in a positive manner, and this is one of the things I find absolutely amazing, and I suppose quite selfishly is one of the reasons why I'm part of the Trash Free Trails crew, is because I find it how amazing how positive they approach the whole problem, because when I see trash it makes me angry, and to see people turning that into positive action is, yeah, I just hope that it's going to rub off on me one day, I don't know. But basically, like, if somebody's sending you an email saying, we're not happy with how you've done this, how would you want to read something like that? Like, what would you listen to as a brand to actually take action? Because I know there's kind of a fine line where if somebody's just screaming at you, you're probably just going to go, that is not worth my effort. But if somebody's just being a bit like, oh, please, you may not also listen to that. So where is that fine line where you as a brand will probably listen the most to an individual rather than a collective group?
Yeah, I think the email's the easy one. It's the screaming social media, that is the hard one. And like, we'll naturally just get it because we're a big brand anyway. So you'll just get people hating on you for whatever reason. I'd love a bit of constructive criticism. It's great, actually, just talking to someone. What I tend to do, someone send me an email, the first thing I do on something like that is I find their phone number out and call them. And it's that, it just breaks a boundary. You've got more in common than you have against each other. So there's a common ground there. If you're into bikes, whatever, you can work on it. But it's that constructive criticism, just flipping it around. It's a hard job to do and sort of suck up a lot of pride and stuff. But yeah, anyone who can come to us with constructive advice, we'll act on it for sure. Do you want to
jump on that as well? I completely agree with doing a lot of agree on this panel. It's supposed to be competitive. Yeah, I agree that kind of sitting down with someone and breaking bread is the best way to find a resolution. But to many people, there's an incredibly high barrier to doing that. And it's that distinction between a screaming social media post and an email. And the reality is that you don't know who the right person to email is. You get a generic email address. And I think part of that is a responsibility of the brands who want to have a stake in this community, even if it's from a commercial perspective, actually showing up and being the person who is your point of contact. And I'm Harry. I work for Patagonia. I give a damn about the trails. If you want my email address, let me know. If there's a problem, give me a shout. I'm happy to actually come and break bread with any of you and have those conversations. But not every brand is willing to actually go out there, show up, try and be an active part of the community.
Yeah, I think you guys, again, you're the eyes and the ears, so we need to know about stuff like that as well.
Oh, jeez. I think it's helpful to ask questions rather than make broad declarative statements on social media. They've already addressed all the other stuff, but I just know that having done the social media work, you can tell a big difference when somebody's like, this is bad, versus if they're like, why do I always see your branded bottles on the trail? And in a picture of it, I think that's a much more constructive way to approach a conversation like that.
I guess to fire the question back at you and talk about those three things I had before, which was authenticity, transparency, and accountability. What more do you think, not that you have all the solutions, Sam, but brands could and should be doing to be more accountable?
Should we repeat the question for the live feed? How do we get brands to care about this who aren't already involved and aren't here today?
I'll just say it from the perspective of an industry association. We've got about 120 some odd brands and retailers in our association, and it's very much the 80-20 rule. You've got 20% who lead out, who are on top of things, who are caring, who are passionate, who are sitting in seats at these events. You keep showing up, you keep wearing their kit, you keep buying their stuff, you keep showing that you care, you keep liking their posts, you keep engaging with their posts, you keep resharing their stuff, you keep praising them and writing articles and media and stuff about them. The other 80%, they notice, and they'll take it issue by issue, and they'll say, wow, there's a lot of concern about the state of our trails here. We need to be involved in that. So some of them will come for the right reasons, some of them will come for the wrong reasons. But if we do it right, we can get all of them to come eventually.
I just want to know what step you put to progress on your Purposeful Adventurer. So, like, what was your one takeaway from this weekend that you're going to progress and move forward with?
Again, for me, it's that diversity of the community. Just, I've got to bring communities together. That's what I want to do as a marketing manager anyway. It's something that's really hard as a big brand anyway. So the more I can engage with local communities and help them in a proper way, the better. I mean, that's my personal take. It always has been. And it only takes one person with inside a company to change that. If it's a good company, people will act on that. So, yeah, that's mine.
I just feel like I can go away with and maintain my faith, and that I know that I'm not alone in how I feel about spending time in the outdoors.
Yeah, there's a lot that's been processed over the last few days, and so many threads and so many conversations. And I think for me, it's a case of going back, actually sitting down and reflecting. I'm very fortunate that I have a job role where we are offered opportunities to experiment and innovate and use a toolkit that we have to actually have impact without pushing the brand front and center. And I think what I need to sit down is really process the conversations I've had with different people and work out how we can best support in a meaningful way that isn't about putting the brand first, but is ultimately more aligned with actually maintaining and nourishing a community rather than being extractive and diminishing it.
Oh, I thought I got off. One of the words going off of yours, he was in my group, that we attached to diversify, and diversity was focus. And I think that I see there's a lot of things that can draw our attention away, and I'm seeing a lot of really great opportunities here, and I want to focus in on a couple of them, see if I can help augment them so that in a few years' time, if we're meeting up together, and if you all happen to remember me, that hopefully I'd be able to say that I contributed towards a 1 or 2% lift or 50% lift on some of those variables that I've chosen.
I guess we sometimes feel that adventures have to be big, and we have to be in the mountains to do that. But there's a couple of things. So in terms of the travel, so for us, particularly traveling with bikes, we feel like we have to drive somewhere to have that experience. And it was interesting that Glenn's real first comment today was that we had to fly. And it was a bit of a shocker. So, local adventures and having that sort of nature connection, and a bit what like Emma said about the micro adventures and things like that, that's actually really important. So how can we actually encourage people to do that? Because actually then you need less specialist equipment, and actually there's that opportunity to find out more about where you live. So, how can we encourage that type of thing?
I always say to people, think big, start small, but definitely start. And I think there's that whole, people are frightened because they don't have the right bike and they don't have the Lycra and they can't ride 100K, and all the people they follow on Instagram rode 100K at the weekend. So I think we have to be better at peddling this message of, why don't you just go round the park in your jeans on the bicycle that you've got? Because the most sustainable bike is the bike that you already own, isn't it? And the best bike is the bike that you already own. So I just think we need to, be a little bit better at sharing that message, because it's cool to be inspired by someone's epic journey, but it's hard to start that epic journey. And so I suppose that's where it's good at, mountain bike leaders are really good at, because a lot of the people that I train don't go on to be professional guides guiding people on Santa Cruzes. They tend to be going back to schools or scout clubs or community organizations where they're just taking people around the park. And that is what we are good at, is educating those people. And there's a stepping stone leadership model to allow people to take you on your first adventure around the park or down the canal.
I think as brands as well, we have a responsibility to advocate for the backyard And I think that's been more prevalent for everybody. Again, it's that micro-adventure conversation that has been more prevalent on the back of lockdown. But Patagonia is a California brand. It has been historically so easy for us to put pictures of the Rockies and the Sierra Nevadas and everything else. And the reality is that we have to change that, and we are changing that. And one of my passion projects within Patagonia is actually make sure we've got local content on the UK channels to actually show people that here's a blog post for an ambassador who's gone sea cliff climbing in the Shetlands. Here's Manon advocating for trails in her own backyard, and actually start to have that representation that you don't have to fly to this fantastic resort in order to have that adventure. And if you create aspirational product, the aspirational adventure doesn't have to be beyond the reach as well. Not sure what else to add to that.
Go on, I'll let Rich finish off.
Yeah, I'm just sort of curious around the way kind of brands market things, and you see brands marketing things very differently, but the language that's used. So in mountain biking, you see quite a bit of kind of shredding the trails and ripping them up and that kind of language. And yeah, just curious on your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think I mean, speaking from Trek's point of view, we've actually become very sort of boring in terms of that those advert words, and that's on purpose. And again, I do a lot of UK content creation as well. I have to move away from that US look of doing things and create a different look for the UK audience. And that now is just changing everyone of who's actually on the bikes, the demographic of people using the bikes. And again, just like I've got this big thing, I live in a city, so I come into these hills. I grew up in the countryside, grew up in the lakes and everything, but I actually really enjoy city living. And my thing is like, how do I make that city I live in like the lakes? There's loads of adventures you can have off your back door. And going back to what Joe was saying, just do something is the message now that we're sort of more going down. I remember in the past we were very performance driven as an advertising look, and that went like 10 years ago. We've just moved away from that. You'll still see a little bit of the nah stuff that is going on, but yeah, it's changing a lot.
Yeah, it's a valid point, and it's that pink bike videos conversation again that they did at IMBA, where they kind of looked at the titles and videos and kind of they were that aggressive language. And what would you retitle this video as to make it more accessible, to see that it isn't destructive? And at Patagonia, again, a key founding principle for us is the preservation of our playgrounds and the protection of our playgrounds. And that's reflected across the board. We're not going to use gnar, we're not going to use shredding, we're not going to talk about tearing things up, but instead lean more into the shared experience, the community, not to spiel off marketing slogans, but one of the recent ones was sweat equity, and actually embracing, to me, the worst bit of mountain biking, which is sweating your ass off to actually get up there, and celebrating those moments. But there's definitely a responsibility upon brands, if they are going to start advocating that they're sustainable, that they also take consideration of how their product is used and whom buy, and then with what intention, not just how it was made in the first place.
Which is why we're wearing the same trousers.
Exactly. Thankfully, we're not sharing them, but...
Thanks, everyone. I think that's a really great place to end the panel session. I'm aware that after all the coffee at lunchtime, people might need a short comfort break. But thank you so much to our awesome panelists, and thank you to all the amazing questions from the floor. Yeah, it's really cool to know that we all have that shared common ground and common purpose, regardless of whether we're working in-house at a brand or we're training the instructors and the ride leaders of tomorrow, or we're a member of that outdoor community, that we all have that shared drive of that value of wanting to protect and leave a positive trace on our outdoor playground. Yeah, amazing. So we'll take a very short comfort break, and then we will be back for the culmination of today, where everything will all start to make sense. We promise. Stan has come to facilitate a very exciting and up until this point quite mysterious session on ecosystem emergence. So Stan is very excited for this because his kind of day job is around sort of top-down influence. So you may have remembered last year this little meeting of world leaders and diplomats in Glasgow. Stan was there, locked in a room for too many days with too many politicians from too many countries. So I think by comparison, we as a room are a joy. So yeah, very excited to see where this next hour or so takes us.
Thank you, Elle. And I guess I'd probably start by just kind of a quick reflection, which I'm sure is dead clear for all of you, that there is so much just like inspiration, ideas, creativity, and just experience and just knowing like in this room. And that's basically where the premise for this session just came from, because we know that there's so much diversity, different people, perspectives, and just positions, and so much to share in this group. And basically what we're going to do is just have a dialogue together about what else we as a community, like that ecosystem of people connected to Trash Free Trails mission, the different things we could do and be like together. And we frame this around this sort of idea that comes from ecology of emergence, and that's basically the rise of collective behaviors when individuals kind of step into a bigger system. So for example, a single ant cannot build the hive on its own or the nest on its own, but together they can do that sort of thing. And it's this ecosystem approach that Trash Free Trails has, which is why, as Elle said, I'm so jazzed to be here, because it's completely different to the other kind of world that I come from that's very kind of hierarchical and ego-driven, sort of top-down. And Trash Free Trails is just a great group to sort of bring that together, because it really is about kind of empowering, connecting and enabling different groups of people and communities to make that change in their own kind of certain special context and to bring that together. I remember being really struck last time I came to this summit last year when Dom was speaking about wanting to be more like plankton. I was like, wait, what? They're tiny little sea creatures. Why do you want to be like plankton? Then it dawned on me when he talked about not wanting to be like these big megafauna, like the big sharks in the ocean, that are just these sort of top-down organizations that don't really appreciate the diversity and just the special context and everything that its sort of constituents and the people within these groups have to share. And we've been playing around. You'll see mushrooms seems to be a bit of a common thing at the moment, because we've also been playing around with this kind of mycelium analogy, which Becky's brought to life wonderfully through the data. And mycelium are the sort of fungal networks that create mushrooms, the fungi, and also support healthy forest ecosystems. And they do that because they share resources, they're interconnected, they network, and they have that strength in diversity, and they're kind of highly collaborative. So these are the conditions that we all have, and we can take this kind of ecosystem to the next level, really, which is sort of what we're going to start today. So thanks to everyone that filled in the survey we sent out a couple months ago. All sorts of wonderful and weird things came out of that, like Dom getting a Nobel Peace Prize, or Trash Free Trails earning all their future money from beer sales. But we also found out kind of, I guess, 6 cross-cutting key themes, that many of which we've touched on today, which in a minute we're going to break out into different workshops to just start a conversation. But speaking, I guess, to quite a common point that's come from today, like the real ambition from this session is to start a conversation that doesn't leave when we all leave those doors. So back to that whole progress point. And I think my kind of main invitation for this session would be to hold that mindset of what does a positive trace look like. And when we have these conversations in a second, let's all try and leave this space, leave these conversations, this dialogue in a better place than we started, because it's all going to be this iterative journey that we go on. And I'll come back to, at the end of the session, how we'll wrap this up and how we're going to take this forward. And to kick things off, I'll just run through the kind of 6 core themes that we found out that could kindly be facilitated by a few people in the room. So the first one was around how we can increase the diversity and inclusivity of our spaces. So Joe's going to facilitate that one, but I'm going to jump in first because she's actually on a call at the moment. Second session is on how we can join the dots between sort of outdoor activities that we do, riding, running, roaming, and mental health. Rich is going to facilitate that one. Third one is on enhancing action and integrity of relevant businesses and industry. And Harry, where he is going to facilitate that one. Thank you. Fourth one is on how we can join the dots between sort of what we do and climate change. And Em and Bon are going to facilitate that one. Fourth is something that's come up quite a lot, which I'm sure many of you will be happy to discuss a lot more. And that is around enhancing the responsible management of trails and access to land, and Manon's going to facilitate that one. And the last one is around how we can grow sort of trash-free trails and our collective influence kind of more locally and internationally as well, and Elle is going to facilitate that one. So if the facilitators could just sort of put their hand up and gravitate to, maybe, I think all of the sheets from the table at the back. They're fully briefed, they know exactly what's going to happen, more or less. And then we'll come back together in around an hour and a bit. Enjoy. Hello. So one question just came up that's quite important is that ideally you all stay on the same table for the kind of duration of the session. But if you do feel like you would like to drop into another one, you can, but so long as you don't kind of all shift at once. So ideally stay at the same sort of session theme for the duration. consider maybe one or two ideas, if that feels right. You could start a conversation around like making that idea dream a reality. You Alrighty. We're going to hear from Rich's group first that had a look at the connections between riding, running and roaming and mental health for maybe 2 minutes, if that's cool. Yeah.
I need someone to stop me. Somebody stop me. Yeah, so we were doing the link between riding, running, and roaming, and mental health, and obviously what Trash-Free Trails, what we can do about that. And I won't give you the backstory because that'll take me well over my 2 minutes. But I think that a key to this is signposting, because we can't do it all. And fundamentally, when it comes to mental health and recovery, it's not a we thing. Ultimately, it is an individual thing, and people need to find their own way of getting their way out of that. Therefore, Trash-Free Trails can't be too prescriptive about what that is for an individual. So effective, consistent, meaningful signposting to other people that are already doing this kind of thing, whether it's a walking group or whether it's trail therapy that Developing Mountain Biking in Scotland are doing, or whether it's a nature connection practice or something else. Fundamentally, we could offer those things, but it's not really in our wheelhouse. It might be in my wheelhouse, but the organisation it isn't quite ready for it yet. In order to get there, telling individual stories, which is something that I owe Stan one as it goes, and that will help develop people's ownership over their own problems, or not problems. Actually, develop ownership over themselves. That ownership develops their involvement and fulfillment in themselves. So the question that we came to, and the reason this isn't quite filled in is because we don't actually know what this might be. So could this be part of Purpose of Adventure project that we were talking about, or should it perhaps be its own thing? And this is something that we're actually still toying with at the minute. So yeah, that's about it for us.
More or less. Thanks, Rich. Thanks, crew over there. Joe's group, do you want to come out next? So Jo and her group were looking at how we as a collective can enhance the kind of diversity and inclusivity of our spaces. You can do it from there if you want.
So we looked at access and access to and diversity, coming from a Trash-Free Trails perspective, what we can do as a Trash-Free Trails community. But we also thought that we've got a double job here, because not only have we got to get people access to actually the outdoors, to mountain biking, we have to also teach them about how to look after the environment. And when you're looking, like I use my young people as an example all the time, because they don't have access, and they also don't have any kind of background on looking after the environment, because it's really not at the forefront of their mind. So it's like a double whammy. And we've got a few mushrooms that interlink. So when you were talking earlier about the roots all intertwining, and this is what's grown out of it. So I'm just going to summarise really quickly, because I know I talk. We said it would be really good for industries to have some shops in more diverse areas or underrepresented areas, but not only have shops, they could have a shop because industries need to make money, that's the job, but to have hubs. So you could have like a Patagonia hub, which isn't about selling stuff, it's about bringing the communities in, but having those in underrepresented areas, having a hub that's like called the Trek Hub. And so people recognise these industry names, but it's not actually about selling stuff. And then within those little hubs, you've got all this environmental information, you've got different links to different organisations which can support you, which you can reach out to, etc. We did talk a lot about having ambassadors within the shops as well. If you're looking at from an industry, having ambassadors actually there, present, selling the message, and reaching out to local authorities and speaking to like the local youth custodians, or like even like youth offending teams and things like that. Sell second-hand bikes and loan bikes out. there was lots and lots, and like more mushrooms grew because we had lots of ideas from our discussion. So yeah, but that's thank you.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you everyone on Joe's table. So I think next we'll go to the climate change table, if that's cool.
All right, so yeah, we were looking at the links between outdoor industry and climate change, and I think linked to actually why we're all here is on Purposeful Adventure, if you were around yesterday, which was the thing that showed up most for us, was just Purposeful Adventure and that intersectionality between what we've all spoken about here, whether it is access, whether it's mental health. If you're going there with a purpose, that connection that you'll then have to that place, the affinity to want to protect it. So that was our main thing. Obviously, there's so much more to that you can unpack around re-education is what we thought was important to talk about, but then we sort of thought the care and the compassion that needs to come with that. So our main foraged idea was engaging everyone in that journey of purposeful adventure and looking at not necessarily future generations, but current generations around the need to change like right now, and actually what that looks like when you start today through lobbying, voting better, generating ideas, mapping out the progress, and really just seeing where you're at and I suppose, yeah, measuring and monitoring what that looks like, the attendance of more people around in conversations like this, conversations in schools, working groups, community engaged groups, all of that sort of stuff. And just, yeah, showing up, I guess, and engaging current, next, future generations, slow adventure, purposeful adventure. That's pretty much what we thought.
Thanks, Bon, and thanks everyone on that table. Purposeful adventure for all. Sorry, I think we'll go to business industry next. That's cool, Harry?
Just fall over my own bag. It's all right. Broken laptop, no work tomorrow. What a shame. So we kind of started off and came up with 3 core ideas, but we wanted to build a principle into those ideas in that the group itself represented businesses, and we as individuals in those businesses expected remuneration for our time and capacity, and that we should work with Trash Free Trails in the same way, that there shouldn't be the expectation that Trash Free Trails works with a business without time, remuneration, and consideration for that capacity that was given. So we went with 3 ideas because all good things come in 3s. And we started with a toolkit concept, which is very similar to another model called carbon literacy, which is where you would build the basic principles of the Trash Free Trails values into a course that could be taught in a day in the workplace for 8 hours, and that might take 3 hours. From there, you would take the learnings from the course and apply them to your day-to-day work. And that would enable you to see the small changes that relate to Trash Free Trails that you can make and immediately drive action. So that means that somebody who's a corporate lawyer but mountain bikes or uses the trails could understand the principles but then see the small actions they can take in the same way that someone who is an engineer or mechanic, for example, in a garage, could buy into those Trash Free Trails values and apply them to their workplace too. The beauty of that then is actually then building an ecosystem where you can teach it peer-to-peer as well. So it's not Trash Free Trails coming in and speaking down to you. It's you speaking to your colleagues in order to then spread it further. That'd have to be integrated into learning and development models and all the rest of it, so it requires capacity. But it allows Trash Free Trails to drop in and leave a legacy. The next ones we talked about were kind of bringing adventure to corporate social responsibility, which was bringing Trash Free Trails into the workplace. So a question I asked to the table was, who here around this table has the ability to platform Trash Free Trails to your organization? And I'd say, could we do that in the room again? I know that Dom could get on a Zoom call with people within Patagonia and share Trash Free Trails through that. I'm sure loads of people in here could do so too with their organization. So how do we get that initial engagement and get people interested, get people talking about it and see it as an opportunity for CSR with the right organizations? From there, we kind of talked about growing that engagement and actually growing it into a model where you could build that employee genuine engagement to the point that they could use their skills for the benefit of Trash Free Trails. Because we talked about all the things we would love to see Trash Free Trails do in the future. And the reality is that you don't have the time, you don't have the capacity, as much as you'd love to do it. I'm looking for Dom here to get reassurance on this. Yeah, but everybody within that network who's been built, who's been engaged, who's from these diverse range of businesses has those skills and probably has time put aside by a business to engage with environmental and social initiatives. So how do you start to build those foundations that people actually give a damn, they understand trash-free trails and want to use their skills for something more? And that's pretty much it. Which is always the worst way to end these presentations.
Amazing, thank you. Trash-free trails integration. I think next we'll go to Elle.
Hello. We were doing growing trash-free trails influence, both locally and internationally. So quite a small topic of conversation there. We went down loads of rabbit holes, to be honest, and we started thinking about influence in the context of government and realised, goodness, do we want to go there? Is it the right time? We talked about influence in the context of business, and I think what Harry said pretty much sums up that bit, so that makes my job easier. And then we started to talk about the individual. And we had a conversation about how many people would it take for us to feel like this movement that we're building up a hill reaches the top and goes down the other side. So we came up with a figure of 1 million B-teamers was the name and the figure. We didn't put a date on it, so I'm going to say by August, Dom. B-teamers. So there's lots of thinking about around that, which I'm not going to go into because there's just so many notes on this page. But what we were talking about was, well, what is the role of those B-teamers in the context of trash-free trails? And again, lots of conversations around the topics that have been discussed today about connecting with nature, litter picking, citizen science, all those kind of things. And I think we sort of came to the conclusion that we should ask the A-team what the B-team should do. And that's kind of where we got to. So we haven't really thought about how we get there. We haven't really talked about how we measure it. And we know we need to understand both of those things. But we're going to have 1 million B-teamers in 4 weeks' time.
Think big, start small, right? So last go to Manon, whose group was discussing how can we enhance land access and responsible management.
Yeah, so again, not just a small topic of conversation. It was quite a nice, we had a nice concise group of, it's John. It is John, isn't it? I'm really sorry. John Bellis from Eastridge, I know he was Bellis. Eastridge Trail Partnership, and then NRW Andy Braun, so Natural Resources Wales, and then Graham from National Trust. So it was quite an interesting conversation. Yeah, we need a lot of things to help with responsible management of trails. I guess a main overarching thing is we really need a framework for mountain bike groups and landowners to follow, which is quite funny because they've got that in Scotland and they've had it for the last quite a few years. So we know that that's the big overarching goal, and to reach that we need cohesive mountain bike organisation, basically. So we talked last night that you have local mountain bike groups and hopefully they can coalesce. The idea is that they could coalesce into regional groups and we have an overarching national structure, because there's a lot that needs to happen to responsibly manage trails. We need to be able to work with land managers, but we also need to be enough of a priority for that to happen. I had to add a few more rungs to the ladder because there's quite a lot of things. But I think maybe 3 main things that I pulled out that I think is something that trash-free trails and events like this is, I think the most tangible ways to facilitate this is this conversation facilitation. So over this weekend, we realized getting people in a room and talking. And really, with all these topics, we need riders, landowners, industry in the room as well, and organisations perhaps like British Cycling and Cycling UK. How do we get everyone in a room to talk? But this has been a really nice place to start. And I don't think there's an obvious code of conduct for mountain biking. Like, how do you responsibly access trails? And I think that this is also the idea that Trash Trails is fostering this idea of caring about the places that we access and being responsible in them. And I think there's a real lack of communication to mountain bikers as a whole, how we actually behave when we're in these areas. And this ties into another challenge for accessing trails. For riders in particular, is the perception of mountain biking or off-road cycling, and that is a big barrier with a lot of land managers and owners because they have this idea of what mountain biking is. Rightly or wrongly, probably because a lot of the online image of mountain biking, but I think we also know, all of us in this room, we have our idea of mountain biking, and we don't see why we shouldn't be able to access more of the land and work with land managers. Yeah. Yeah, a framework, conversation, and a good message, I think, of how what our conduct is as mountain bikers, how to be responsible, what that looks like, and how to share that with the wider mountain biking community. Because there's a lot of other things that need to come as well, but that's going to start paving the way for having a proper way to manage mountain biking and be able to look after our trails properly.
I'll wrap up as quick as I can, as conscious we are a bit over time. So Dom and I and Trash for Trails team discussed sort of how we can wrap this up, and I think what we're kind of landing on is we're going to produce a kind of artifact report from this meeting, which is going to record and document the full diversity and just all of that amazing, inspiration that just came out of all of you then, which will then be shared with all of you afterwards, hopefully in the not too distant future. And then we're going to call this our kind of ecosystem statement of intent for the year. And call these intentions because conscious not to, as said before, this isn't about creating necessarily more work for everyone. It's about doing and being like different things. It's not just lumping more work and kind of stress and responsibility on everyone. So we're highly conscious of that. But we do know that there is scope and there's possibility for us to do and be things differently. So we'll have this artifact. And then, this is our sort of statement of intent for the year, which we can then carry on and have conversations about this and make further connections and more progress on this as we go through the year. And then hopefully have a similar discussion next year. So I'd just like to say a massive thank you for all your time and energy. That was really special. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I promise we will let you go soon, but not before Dom has delivered his closing address, which I'm sure we are all sitting on the edge of our seats in anticipation for.
Okay. Yes, definitely quick for a number of reasons. Obvious first. Snowden's putting on a show for us to finish as well, which is pretty wonderful. Okay, so I've been scribbling stuff down all day. And the first thing I wanted to do is, like, we're talking a lot about acknowledgement and transparency and, admitting fault, owning it, moving on from it, being critical friends. So I think I want to do a couple of, just one for myself and for ourselves. And hopefully there's enough trust in the room, because I think there's another word that's really, really important within this room and within the work we're trying to do, for me to do this. So I trust that this ecosystem within here knows why I'm doing this and why we tried it. So I think you may have noticed this morning, it was quite intense. We were a bit late. Things weren't quite right, and it wasn't progress on last year, that sense. So that's my progress thing. And the reason being is we took a gamble, we took a risk, we took a challenge, we stepped out on an adventure by running the Purposeful Adventure Festival before it. So I'm kind of proud of the fact that we tried to do something different that didn't quite work perfectly, but like what adventure did, and probably some of the best adventures we've all had, the ones that have been gone wrong. Losing my bike when when I flew to Oregon meant that I met a really nice guy and slept in his trampoline for 16 days and stepped in his dog poo every morning. Milo, oh, Milo. So yeah, I'm not sure that's a very positive example. Right, so yes. And then just some things, some takeaways, you know. So with Stan finishing like that, I feel, for me, that was a wonderful moment because he said, and we will create this report. So that will be progress. You will not have just written on these bits of paper, and they won't go behind my notional desk and quietly get thrown away in a couple of months when I think no one's looking. All right, so we're going to produce a report. We're going to hold ourselves positively, kindly to account. That statement of intent, that's the other acknowledgement. We wanted to have that kind of ready to sign this time round, but it wouldn't have been ready to sign, so it would have been rushed. And again, there's no point doing that because it's not going to work. It'll just be bullshit. So just to go back to like something that Scott said that kind of really inspired me and has actually kind of gave me butterflies earlier, and just that being really kind about the work we're doing, I'm doing, and just saying it's nice and simple. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Find your why. I think everyone in this room's got their why. I think I'm hearing like we've got 6 really clear habitats of why. You know, there's the access to my trails, what my trails do for me. You know, what my role in my job in the business in the business or that I exist within can do for this mission. You know, and there's other elements as well I've heard. So find your why. Keep it simple. You know, for me, everything started with picking up that plastic bottle from the beach in Porthtowan in February 2010, and at the same time, 80 other people doing the same thing with me, smiling at me, saying, "Hello, Dom, how you doing?" And I was like, there's something in this. It's simple. It's positive contribution. So I found my why at that moment, and I've focused on it. Next one is let's promise to make progress. I think we've done that. Let's keep making connections. Let's respect the ecosystem we're within. So let's not try to do things that other people can do just as well or even better. Be fair with each other. So, you know, like Jez says, I want you to work with Santa Cruz, Kotick, Specialized, but I want it to be fair. And hopefully the fact that we've brought Specialized and Santa Cruz on this rather than as a main partner of Trash Free Trails is the beginning of that. And they all responded very well to that fairness thing. So there we go, be fair. And another one, I'm not going to go anymore. Not going to say anything about make Santa Claus green again. That's a new campaign we're going to run. Experiment. So the big one is, last year I said, let's be good plankton. And I've put a cross through that here now because our recreational trails need their own analogy. So let's be good fungi. Let's come back next year. Let there be more of us. Let us be bigger. Let us be smellier, noisier, more nourished, more nourishing. So that will do, really. And I'll just say thank you very much for coming. And I'll see you next year after I see you outside for a big group photo with Sam. Is that all right? So yeah, just thank you very much. And thank you, thank you also to the Trash Free Trails team, old and new. Jake, Katie, Rich, Matt, John, Neil, Joe, Hannah, I'm going to put you in just in case, because you've helped so much. Jill, oh, God, everyone, thank you very much. Stop it. Rupert, sorry, God, Rupert. Beth, watching, who else? Chloe and Jake, bloody hell, just thank everyone. Oh, no, I'm doing that thanks thing. We'll just thank everyone. Right. Give us all a good, can we just do a big shout and clap for ourselves for a great weekend? Thank you very much. Okay, Sam, take over for me, please.